If you have any question, guys, so just let me know. I just saw Marlene Holt just raise her hands. I don't have access here. Right, QA, I can check on the chat. Let me see. Did you
Somebody
see
asks,
there?
Ken wants to know if they can quote me on pain is a gift nobody wants. That's fine. You can quote me.
I'd like to quote you with pain's the gift. And then Dr. Bill said, yeah, so you answered him already. All right. Thank you so much. I just want to show something here. Thank you, Dr. Bill. We appreciate all those knowledge. I want to share this if they can see. This is a book or it's a PDF power, what do you call this? Like a power brochure, right? But it's a really good pages booklet. It is older adults and depression. It is free. You can request even for 25 pieces, one person or clinician. I ordered, Dr. Bill. It is in National Institute of Health, and then they will going to mail it directly in your home. And this is really powerful. It explains what is depression, risk, signs and symptoms, and things like that. So,
and I believe you can order 25 copies.
Yes, 25 copies per clinician.
And then when you do it the next day, if you want more, just order it again.
I'm not sure because we need to use different address. I can use your address. I can maybe enter for you. I can enter for another colleague, something like that, but different account. And it's every time I see anxiety and depression on my diagnosis, I just hand it out to my clients. So thank you so much, guys. We will put Dr. Bill's number, email on your emails. We will forward if you have other questions. Dr. Bill, can you tell us an email or on the chat form, how can we connect with you so we can ask more questions about mental health? And I'm sure we are all burned out. How your experience and comments. So thank you so much, guys. Okay, so let me proceed here. I'm sharing this to all. So again, we have that opening keynote from Dr. Bill. So he is our opening keynote speaker, a board certified clinical expert. All right, so much. All right. We would like to thank all our sponsors, especially our gold sponsors, hosting the Global Geriatric Rehab Summit 2022. We have Faith in Humanity. It is a nonprofit organization. Faith in Humanity is committed to developing sustainable communities in impoverished communities through educational access programs. So they have sponsors, scholars, you know, so that's really good. This is being founded and CEO by Lady Bautista. She's also certified exercise expert in aging adults, and she is one of our speakers for tomorrow. And I would like to thank also the American Institute of Balance. So if you're looking forward to invest in your career to do more on vestibular rehab, concussion management, the American Institute of Balance is based in Tampa Bay, but they do different certification, hybrid online, in different states right now. So they even went to India and partnered in India. And definitely, if you are interested, we can work out as well. Going there in Philippines or Indonesia, Dr. Winnie is here. Just connect with us and we can connect with Dr. Richard Gans. Dr. Richard will be our first speaker tomorrow, and he's from American Institute of Balance. Let me see. All right, so our next, let me see. I know I have one here. All right, so our next speaker will be Dr. Jeffrey Tom de la Cruz. He is the founder of the Man Up. Man Up is a martial arts against neurological diseases, and he is a physical therapist, doctor of physical therapist, vestibular rehab, and also he is orthopedic fellow, you know, so he is well diverse, especially in Parkinson's and stroke. So his experience, and he is inspired because of her daughter, mother-in-law and family member who has Parkinson's itself. So he is now helping lots of people in these objectives for tonight's webinar. He will introduce and explain the origin of how it came up, the man up, explain exercise loading and progressions, and demonstrate examples of Sinawali forms commonly used in Man Up and explain progression of the exercises and protocols. All right, without further ado, I would like to share Dr. Tom. All right, go ahead, Dr. Tom. Thank
Hello.
you so much.
Hello. Can you hear me well? Are we
Yes.
good? Yes. Just making sure that what do you call this? The camera is trained well because I want you to be able to see the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a few visual aids here. Sticks, man across, and my ever trusted dummy. I call him George. So I would like to thank you for inviting me to be one of your speakers for this webinar. And I would like to thank everyone in the interweb for coming and listening to me. Um, the only reason why I started Man Up actually was my mother. You see, in 2008, she was diagnosed with vascular Parkinsonism after she suffered multiple strokes that affected the area around her basal ganglia. As as a dutiful son, I tried my best to help out, researched, used what I already knew, and then I brought it home. Unfortunately, she gave up because she had severe depression, just like what our first speaker said. My mom didn't want to do anything. I almost gave up on my Man Up, thinking that, the only person that I wanted this for didn't want to do anything. However, I changed my mind. Um, I said that if I could not help my mom, I would rather do it to help people who want to be helped. And so I pursued this Man Up. And it's still an ongoing process. And, I'm hoping that I can add more to it to help other people. There are other neuro programs out there. However, with my Man Up, I hope to address the questions regarding the dosage. That's why I use principles of STEP or scientific therapeutic exercises, scientific therapeutic exercise progressions. If Older Grimsby heard me, he would kill me by now. Uh, Also, I use recommendations by the American Heart Association, American Parkinson's Association, and the Multiple Sclerosis Society. Now, I only have a few minutes, so I will only uh, demonstrate the colleague portion, which I use as the main tool for my hand-eye coordination exercises. And like I said, Sinawali will be my primary primary tool. So I don't have access to my PowerPoint, but I do have my kids here, so they're the ones pushing the keys, so I know where I am. So if you turn to the next page, you will find the Adler-Holton diagram. What it is, it's a pyramid with horizontal lines. To the left of it, you have your percentage RM, and then to the right would be your repetitions. Okay. Where we are in Man Up, we want to concentrate more on the coordination and endurance portion of it. So we want to stay in the 60 to 70, well below actually 60% RM. That way we get the repetitions in. We want to get the muscle memory back for the patient. I remember Ola Grimsby telling me that in order for muscle memory to come in, you have to have 5,000 to 6,000 repetitions of the movement. And so the more repetitions we get in, the better it is for the patient. Um, if you flip to the next page, you will see like a chart. You have the resistance, the repetitions, and the functional qualities that the STEP program wants to achieve. So for heavy resistance, you have few repetitions, and the functional qualities that we want to achieve are power, strength, volume, and speed. Lighter resistance, you have multiple repetitions, and here we work to get coordination and endurance back. So the next page, you will see how we calculate for percentage RM. I want to concentrate more on the Sinawali and demonstrating the portion back. So I'm going to just have you uh, just read through it. It's a mathematical formula in order to calculate for the resistance maximum. The next chart, you will see the number of reps and the percentage repetition max of it. So again, I don't have access to my PowerPoint, but if you can, one repetition is about 100% of the RM. Two repetitions is 95. And so the chart just goes down, and then it will tell you the approximate percentage. Again, we want repetitions in the Kali portion of the man up. And so the more repetitions you get in, the better it is. So next page would be the recommended dosage. According to the American Heart Association, for stroke patients, low to moderate intensity exercises are needed for exercises sustained for 20 to 30 minutes are optimal for a stroke patient. Again, American Heart Association for stroke patients, low to moderate intensity exercises sustained for 20 to 30 minutes. For the American Parkinson's Association, recommendations is high intensity exercise. For the Multiple Sclerosis Society, it's moderate intensity exercise. However, you have to be wary about whether the patient is in the active stage or in the remission stage. Of course, if you are in the remission, if the patient is in the remission stage, you want to be a little bit aggressive. However, if they're in the active stage, you definitely want to be on the low intensity portion. So the question is, how do you calculate for intensity? Here you have to use Carbonen's formula. What's Carbonen's formula? It's the mathematical formula to determine the target heart rate training zone. Just as a reviewer, what you do is you take your resting heart rate. Take, for example, I don't know, let's just say the resting heart rate is 60. So what you want to do is the next portion would be you take the number 220 minus the patient's age. I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but let's just say 40. So you have 220 minus 40. That would be your maximum heart rate. What you want to do is you take your resting heart rate, which we said was 60. So 220 minus 40, that's 180. And then you have minus 60, you have your 120. And here, you now calculate 60% of it would be light intensity, 70% would be moderate intensity, and 80% high intensity. That's the guidelines that I use in my man up. I always have the pulse ox with me. That way, if I see that the patient is now struggling, okay, put the pulse ox on, and then I check the pulse, and then I give them a few minutes, wait for the pulse to kind of normalize, and then I proceed. Okay. The next page, man up, like I said, primarily works coordination and endurance. Okay, so like I said, I prefer to do the, I would call it the lab part. So we're going to go with the gear. Okay. I am holding a kali stick. It's made of rattan. And if you don't know what rattan is, it's a palm plant. It's a climbing palm plant, very common in Southeast Asia. Okay. To improve my grip, I just put rubber at the end and make it a little patriotic. I put the American flag in there. Okay. Um, Other Kali systems, they use other hardwood. The really hardcore ones, they use metal. Okay. However, in physical therapy, in Man Up, safety is the primary concern. So what we do is we use PVC pipes. Um, I don't know that if you can see it, but there you go. That's a half-inch PVC pipe that I use insulation. This is the insulation that I use. Okay, and then I finish it off with electric tape. So this is the final product. Now you can always go to Amazon or other stores where you can buy ready-made um, padded Kali sticks. Um, Expense-wise, a pair of these costs you anywhere between $10 and $15. $10 to $15, I can make 6 to 8 of these. And so for my clinic, I prefer to use these rather than these. Now this one I bought from the Philippines, so it's fairly cheap. So length of the stick. You don't just want to give a stick or a dowel rod to a patient and says, okay, swing it. No. The different Kali systems in the Philippines have their own tradition or their own protocols when it comes to length. I use the system of Pikiki Tersha Kali. Um, and according to Gran Tohan, um, the stick is measured from your armpit to your MCP or your first IP. So for me, this stick is optimal from my armpit to my MCP. Of course, shorter people will need a shorter stick. Um, Other people, they're taller than I am, of course, a longer stick. However, this one would be optimal for me. Okay. So how do you hold the stick? Different fighting systems in the Philippines hold their sticks differently. Okay. Some hold all the way to the end. Okay. The advantage of this is you have a longer reach. So in an actual combat, you have a few inches more compared to someone who holds it differently. However, in Man Up, you don't exactly want to hold it at the end. You want to leave a few inches. This is more for leverage. Okay. For those of you who have the stick at home, try this. Hold on to the end and do what we call an abanico. Okay, abanico is a fanning movement. Just pronate, supinate your arm this way. Okay, do a few repetitions there. And now move your hand to where you now have about 2 inches. Now you do the abanico. Okay, you will see that this is smoother. This is easier to do because you now have this to improve the leverage of your swing. Okay, you can make it even more. Make it this way. So this is easier now because you have the counterweight of a longer puño. Okay, for me, I prefer to do the 2-inch one. Okay, so other things that you can use for a Kali stick, you can use a dowel rod, and you can use a pool noodle. You can put the dowel rod like so. You may have to super glue it there That way, you know, it doesn't slip off when you swing. Okay? Right there. And then to improve the grip, you may need to put rubber around it, just like what I did to this colleague, so that, you know, you can hit someone or you can accidentally hit someone, okay? And it won't hurt as badly as, you know, what, if you use what it is. Okay. So, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm just going to back away. I think you can. Okay. You have, I'm going to move the camera. I do apologize. So, this is the man up cross. It does have specific dimensions to it. Okay. This is something that I came up with. So the longest, the length is about 14 feet. The width is about 7 feet. And I'm going to explain why I chose those dimensions. From this line, from the first green line to the second green line is 10 feet. Why? Because I use tug or timed up and go. If you remember that functional test, you have the patient stand and then walk 10 feet one way, quickly come back, and then sit. If you have this man up cross, you have that 10 feet already mapped out, and it's easier for the patient. Okay. I also use two-colored tape. As you can see, one's blue, one is green. Why? Because it's easier for me to say, okay, step on the blue tape, step on the green tape, rather than saying left or right. If you're looking at the patient, you say left. Are they gonna say step to my left or step to your left? So it's much easier for me to just go, okay, green tape, blue tape, green tape, blue tape. Okay. If you come up here, I don't know if you can see it. This cross. This is another function. The 4 square step test. If you remember that there's a T. Here is your T, so you can go this way. It tests for the balance. It's one of the tests that I commonly use in my Parkinson's functional evaluation. Okay. It's about a foot wide. Why 1 foot? Trial and error. I noticed that with my Parkinson's patients, they have a difficult time stepping across more than a foot. And so I kind of thought maybe if I did it just 1 foot across, it would be easier for them to follow. And most of my Parkinson's patients and stroke patients, they follow it more easily rather than this one being like way out to the end. So that's why it's about a foot wide. Okay, we're going to go strikes. Now, different fighting systems in the Philippines will have different strike patterns. Okay, to simplify things, I use six simple striking patterns, and if you see it, once you see them, they follow PNF patterns very closely. So I'm going to back up so you can see me more. Okay, I'll leave it this way so I don't hit my light. Okay, so 6 patterns. But first, the fighting stance. Okay, if you're right-handed, the right foot is in front. If you're left-handed, of course, the left foot is in front. Okay, so this is the Kali fighting stance. So this is where we start. So strike number 1 would be diagonal coming down this way. My right foot is already in front. Strike 2 would be going diagonally the opposite direction, coming down. When that happens, now I put the left foot forward this way. Again, strike 1, strike 2. Okay? Bear in mind that strike 1 can be up here or can be down here, depending on the patient. But generally, strike 1 is up. Strike 2 is here. Now, strike 3 would be coming up this way. Strike 4 would be coming this way. Strike 5 would be a stab forward, and strike 6 would be a strike to the crown. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we apply that to good old George, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, strike 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so Sinawali. Okay, with Sinawali, it is the cornerstone of my man-up hand-eye coordination exercise. Different fighting systems will have different forms. I simplify things so that it's easy for my patients to follow. Okay, we will demonstrate 5 simple Sinawali. I will call my 2 children. I'm going to fix the camera. Okay, so we have JJ and we have Dana. Okay, we have similar martial arts backgrounds, Taekwondo, Hikitur Kali. I have taught them Philippine martial arts and a little bit of crowd. But, okay, go ahead and get your sticks. Okay. 5 of them. The easiest one is what we call single or open. Single because you only have one direction, which is the number 1. You go 1, 1, 1, 1. So ready? Go. 1, slow down. Okay, now we go number 2. 2 would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Go. In man up, we want them to twist their trunk and we want them to exaggerate the movement. So, you will probably see some people just do this. No, we want exaggerated movement in order for them to involve the trunk. Now, you will have dissociation of your trunk. You get them out of that stiff trunk position. Okay, and now you have twisting. You have better movement. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, number 3 would, if you understand Spanish, it's called redonda, which is circle. Okay, so you start from the side. You go 1, 2, 3, chamber back. 1, 2, 3, chamber back. 1, 2, 3, chamber back. Number 4, you start from here, you go forward, 1, go to the hip, 1, go to the shoulder, and then you just reverse the process. Now, number 5 is a little bit more complicated, 5 hits. So you go 1, 2, 3, step out to the side, hit low, come back. 1, 2, 3, step low, hit low, come back. Now you have weight shifting on this one. It's a little bit more complicated than the first 4, but patients will get used to it. So, how do we apply this to footwork? Okay. Let's just use number 2. Okay, it's the easiest way. One of the easiest, while you do up, down, up, down, up, down. Using the man-up cross, okay, you can have the patient just go up and down first to start. Okay. When you reach the middle, you can have them go side to side. Okay. Or you can have them go diagonal. Okay. So Dana will lead. JJ will be the patient. So just go number 2, go forward and back. As you can see now, Dana is leading JJ. JJ is the patient. Okay. Dana now dictates the speed. Coming back is a little bit more difficult. Now, once JJ reaches the middle square, they can now transition to side to side. And then come back. Another variation to this would be the diagonal advance and retreat, where instead of being in the middle, you straddle one of the tapes, and then you go side to side. Okay, once you reach the end, you reverse the process. You now go walk backwards, also following a diagonal pattern. Ready? Start with the green. Go. So another diagonal pattern would be now using this one. So JJ, stand here. Okay. So you go diagonal and going lateral this time. So ready? A little bit of confusion there, but that's okay. Okay, good, good. So, next question is, what if you have a hemiplegic patient and they can only do one arm? Of course, you have a single Sinawali pattern, weaving pattern. You can just, go this way. You can have an X going up, going down. And once they start regaining function to the hemiplegic arm, okay, you can do transitioning exercises where you go past the stick from side to side. This one is a 7-count Sinawali pattern, okay? So let's just say I'm left hemiplegic. Okay, the right is my strong side. So what I do is I go abanico, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come back. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch hands. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So, how do you progress this colleague portion, at least? Okay. I have formulated 3 stages. The first one is just mechanical. Simple introduction of Sinawali, one pattern at a time. So you go introduce Sinawali pattern number 1, Sinawali pattern number 2, until they're comfortable and then progress to the next Sinawali pattern. Second progression would be cognitive. Now, this is where you want the patient to start thinking. Okay, there's a guy working for UCLA. I believe his name is. Yeah, we're Facebook friends, but I forgot his name. If he sees this, he's gonna kill me. Anyway, his website is called Cognitive Colleague. He uses the number 3 pattern more often. But anyway, you let the patient think. How do you make them think? Have them count. Have them say the ABCs. Have them, again, count skipping 1 number. Count skipping 3 numbers. Have them spell their name, spell their spouse's name, all of that. Anything to make them think. This would make the movement, even though it's very simple, this would make the movement a little bit more difficult. You can also make this difficult by combining more complex footwork, increasing the speed of your Sinawali. I do not recommend making the Sinawali heavier, because if you do this, even though it's going to make the movement a little bit more difficult, it won't follow the step progression. A heavier stick, patient may not be able to do more repetitions, and that's what we want. We want the repetitions rather than the resistance. Okay, so number 3 would be, I call it reflexive. It's now more a reflex movement, kind of like a sparring situation, but a non-contact one. Okay, I have a pattern here. I call it the stab, because you look like you're stabbing the patient. But I'm going to call my kids again. Remember this? Stab. Okay. So we use the number 2 pattern. So up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And then Dana is now going to introduce number 5. Number 5 would be here, here, there. Now, what JJ would do is it would swat it down. Dana is now going to tell him where that stabbing or that number 5 pattern will be. She's just going to introduce it. So that's the sparring portion of it. Dana can also dictate the direction. She can now turn, change the direction of the movement, make it quicker. go forward, go backwards, all of that. Okay. Great. So that is the Kali portion of the man up. Um, there's the punching portion, there's the kicking portion, but I chose to just demonstrate the stick portion of it because it's a little complicated. It involves a lot of things. Okay. Um, Last page would be yeah. The last page would be the research that I used, some of the researches that I used for my man up. It involves exercise and neuroplasticity in persons living with Parkinson's disease, the forced exercise, not voluntary exercise that's needed for neuroplasticity, non-contact boxing training. This is used by Rocksteady. I also used the research um, about physical and physiological benefits of martial arts. Also, circuit training as an alternative to usual physical therapy for post-stroke rehabilitation. Next page. I also have, for my reference, high-intensity aerobic exercise enhances motor memory retrieval and improvement of upper limb United Parkinson's disease rating scale following fast-paced arm exercises. It's a pilot study done by a group of researchers. So, okay. That is it. If you have any questions regarding the presentation.
Hi, Dr. Tom. Yes, there is a
Hey,
QA. In the QA, I think Ken has some question. That's really interesting. Thank you so much. So
you're
I
very
would like
welcome. Yes.
to check here. So they're looking for the PowerPoint initially because so Dr. Tom is not sharing the PowerPoint on live. So it will
No,
be
I'm not.
emailed on you.
It's
Yeah, because
yeah.
they're waiting for the PowerPoint while you're talking. So it's already on the chat and then it will be emailed on you guys. So one question from Ken, he said, "Thank you for the PowerPoint. Using the 10 rep max you suggested, how important is it to take quality of movement into consideration? For example, when neurologic fatigue sets in before muscular fatigue and exercise form diminishes, do you find more often that physical fatigue occurs before cognitive function when combining the
Yes.
two? Or do you stop
Yes.
the reps
Yes.
when mentation changes from cognitive fatigue?" All right, that's his question, Doc.
Yes. Form is very important. Form is very important. When I was doing my step residency training with Ola Grimsby, um, the form, if you start losing your form, that means a few things. Your muscles are already tired, or the weight is too heavy. So you have to do your adjustments. So it's either the weight, let's just say 5 pounds, it's it's too heavy. You may have to lower it. It's better for you to get more repetition in rather than increasing the resistance. You want to get the muscle memory in. And according to Ola Grimsby, in order to get the muscle memory back for one muscle group, you need 5,000 to 6,000 repetitions of one movement, one exercise for the patient to get their muscle memory in. And so I would, if the patient is struggling to complete the movement, then you are how do you call this? You are getting the wrong memory. And so if they're struggling to, let's just say for a bicep curl this way, okay, if they're trying to do this now, if they're substituting some of the movement, okay, if you keep doing that, the muscle memory now would be faulty. And so in the long run, the brain would now recognize this now as a normal as compared to this. So me, I would really prioritize the form rather than the resistance. I hope that answers your question.
Mhm. All right. So let me see. Do you have any other question, guys? What from Zarmi Alcober? What are the important red flags for geriatric patients to not perform martial arts?
Well, for one, cardio.
Mhm.
If they can't really do whatever you are trying, if they can't do whatever you want them to do, it's probably too early for them to try this. Maybe start with more traditional exercises, or scale down the man off. What I showed you was more geared for Parkinson's. There's a Sinawali portion more for stroke patients. You know, you can use the Sinawali for, let's just say the patient has um, balance issues, and you want to use Sinawali. Okay, what you can probably do is you can just have them start seated and have them do the simplest one.
Mhm.
If they're hemiplegic, okay, now this now follows the Bowbath principle. Um, let's just say I'm left hemiplegic, load the left one. I can hear a lot of therapists now say, but Bowbath, blah, blah, blah. Just, just amuse me for a minute. So load the arm, okay, and then have them do simple movements. Even just reaching movements would be good for retraining the trunk. And then from here, proceed now to where the feet are more on the floor, okay? And then you can start doing some, you know, exercises to where the patient now lifts his bottom off of the table, okay? So now standing, maybe leaning against the table or a chair or an elevated surface, okay? And then do your Sinawali. Finally, you know, standing where you have the two sticks, weight shifting. Don't worry about, you know, whether, you know, you got number one or you got number two correctly. Okay, safety is the key. Okay, and do it slowly. Okay, you want the repetitions in. Okay, not really. You want the repetitions in, but don't make it too difficult in the beginning. So just and then just slowly increase the intensity according to the parameters that I just discussed, carbonance formula, the step principle, and whatnot. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, yes. All right. There's another one here. I think also. All right. Let's see. The QA. Mm. Regarding the target heart rate, do you have any modifications if ever they have with pacemakers for clients with pacemaker, any
Okay.
alternative to use target heart rate? Maybe you might use the base modified work scale or
Yeah.
something. That's what Ken is
Yes.
thinking.
Yep. You can definitely do that. Also, you know, the patient's subjective complaint. You know, if they're having some cardiac issues, you know, again, scale down your exercises. But yeah, that's uh, Luckily or unluckily for me, I haven't had those problems yet. I shouldn't say will not yet. I am in an outpatient setting, so when the patients come to me, it's more they're already like more stable rather than someone in the nursing home or someone in the acute setting. So that is luckily for me. What I would do is I would stick to if the patient is under a cardiologist's care, I would ask the cardiologist what his protocols are. And again,
Mhm.
always follow the subjective complaints of the respect the subjective complaints of the patient.
All right. Yeah. How about the resting period? Like resting
One
time in
minute,
between.
1 minute.
Okay.
I usually go 1 minute. Okay, so I said in the beginning that repetition is key. We want to operate in the 60%, so that means you want to do 30 repetitions of each exercise, um, each set of the exercise. But if you are too uh, involved in the exercise, you know, you may have a difficult time counting. So what I do is I time my exercise instead. I usually go 3 to 4 minute rounds, and that in my experience, I get the 30 repetitions within that 3 to 4 minute rounds for my colleague, and then I give them a minute to rest, and then I go another 3 to 4 minutes. I usually do 2 to 3 rounds of the colleague portion, and then I go ahead and I do other exercises.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Tom. If you can put your email as well or any other information so we can connect with you. Do you have any future courses or projects that you want to share with us or any handouts you can
Um,
definitely add on?
yeah, I wrote a manual for this one. I'm still looking for someone to help me print it out.
Mhm.
I did a seminar in 2018. I teamed up with two other physical therapists. And if there are enough interests, I would like to do that again because I have now more materials in my bag, so to speak. For those of you who want to see more videos of the Kali portion, the Sinawali portion, you can visit my clinic Facebook page. It's Marian Physical Therapy, Marian. Marian Physical Therapy. I'm on Facebook. If you just visit that page, scroll down, you will see quite a few videos of my patients in action. So again, I would be more than happy to conduct another seminar. Um, 30 minutes is not enough for me to discuss Man Up. Man Up is yay big, if not bigger. This is the portion that I was able to discuss. And
All
so,
right. Yeah.
anyone that's interested, just shoot me an email,
Mhm.
dlcruz9510 at yahoo.com. Again, dlcruz9510 at yahoo.com, or message me Facebook.
Yeah, maybe you can write it also in the chat. And also, if you can send us again the PowerPoint, some of them they cannot really open it. So, but
Okay?
others were able to open it. So we'll try again to send some of the emails. Some are able to open. And kindly put also in the chat, Dr. Tom, your email so they can
Okay.
write it down. Thank you so much. Ken's
Yes,
last
ma'am.
question is if you're using metronome for pacing, the
I used
metronome.
to.
Mm-hmm.
I used to. Here's the funny thing, okay? I used to do the metronome. My patients got bored. My patients got bored and they said, quit doing that. Guess what they wanted? AC/DC, the rock
Mm-hmm.
group, AC/DC. And so I was like, okay, forget metronome. I put AC/DC on, 80s, 90s rock music. They like it. So whenever I do that, AC/DC.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Tom. We appreciate you. And also just kindly put your resources and Facebook, your other social platform on the chat so they can join and subscribe and visit your Facebook. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We learned a lot.
Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. All right. Let me share. We have here. All right, good. So that's what we have for Dr. Geoffrey Tom de la Cruz. We learn martial arts. All right. Yes. Marian Physical Therapy. And he's the owner and founder of that. He will have future courses. So we would like to learn more on the lab part. All right. So thank you. So another goal, the sponsors for us, we would like to thank is the Event Healthcare Professionals. This is my agency coming in. I came from United Arab Emirates and this is my agent. So they were based in Florida and they're doing helping some EB2, things like that. All right, to help for you. So they do some EB2, EB3, depending on your education and experience. They have competitive pay rate. They have the contracts. So on the second day tomorrow, Stephanie Sims will going to explain more some of those like requirements. What are the requirements? What are the different benefits? So they have a transition program where they will help you if you came here, not passed yet with the NPTE. They have those things, but once you're NPTE passer, you have already the FCCPT, that's faster, and you will have a sign-on bonus with them. So if you're not yet and you need to pass the board exam, like how I did, they have a housing program and a transitioning program where we studied and need to pass. So we would like to have you tomorrow to learn more about that. So let's see. I know I have a video there. All right, another gold sponsor we have, we would like to thank Imperial Home Health. So Imperial Home Health is based in Victorville, California. We have the CEO and founder, Dr. Eleazar Tayag, and he sponsored almost seven clinicians for this Global Geriatric Rehab Summit. So Imperial Home Health has a physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech, and definitely helping lots of older and aging adults in California. All right. Not sure why we're not able to play those videos. All right. For our next speaker, we would like to welcome Dr. Irene Gallardo. Dr. Irene is a physical therapist and doctor of physical therapist. She is a neurological clinical specialist as well, and the founder and co-founder of a group called Neuro Collaborative Group. So she's an educator and she is helping lots of clinicians have their own wellness program, business. That's why her topic tonight will be, which is today for you in Philippines, how to build a thriving wellness practice. So in this webinar, we will learn more about how to design your wellness practice based on your expertise. So definitely we have a niche we need to know. So like me, I'm geriatrics. You might want to have neuro, others will be ortho. So we need to evaluate what you have and what you need to get started, determine how much to charge for your services, and create a plan for marketing as well. So I would like to share now with you, Dr. Irene. Oh, Irene Gallardo is here. Nice to see you. All right, so let me pin you and highlight. Good evening, Irene, Dr. Irene. So where are you right now?
Hi. Thanks, Dr. Jenny. I'm in Southern California and I'm excited to talk today.
Yes, welcome. And thank you so much for allowing us, for you to be our wonderful speaker. So excited. So we're giving the floor to you, Dr. Irene.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Going to get started. So you can see my screen now, right? The PowerPoint. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so Today, we're going to be talking about how to build a thriving wellness practice. And it's going to be a little bit of a crash course because we only have a short amount of time together. So I really hope that I can take you kind of from A to Z in just a few short steps. And then, if there's any questions at the end, I can answer those and just hopefully get you inspired and on your journey for creating wellness programming for whatever your niche might be. So if anyone has any questions, I'll kind of answer those at the end so I can kind of get through my talking points. But I would be interested to hear if anyone here right now is doing wellness as a therapist and what you might be doing, or if it's just something that you're interested in. So if you want to let me know in the chat if you're already doing something or if you're just interested. So you're here listening to this talk, you're in the right place if you want to help more people by using your skills and you want to diversify your revenue streams. You have an open mind about what's possible. You're willing to take a little risk because it's a little different to start and try something new as a therapist going into wellness. And you're willing to wade into that gray zone to improve the patient lives and create more impact. So it is a little bit of a gray zone, as you probably realize. Many of you are possibly in geriatrics or neuro as well. And we have people who are Medicare beneficiaries. And so there can be sometimes question about how we do wellness when we are therapists. So that's why it's a gray zone. So just to let you know a little bit more about me, I have been a physical therapist for 15 years, and I've been in neuro my entire career. I've worked in every setting. My true love really is inpatient rehab. I just fell in love with being in that setting, but I have worked in outpatient and in home health, in private practice, and in teaching and everything in between. And then I started doing wellness programs in 2013. Creating them and building them in private practice. So I'm a neuro nerd. I'm a lifelong learner. I love learning. I love going to things like this and doing continuing education all the time. Community creator, because I love to create community and have people come together so we can all better each other. And sourcer of snacks, because I'm always finding really great snacks. Every time I come home from the store, my husband is impressed and surprised that I find the best snacks. So just as a disclaimer, I am not providing consulting or legal advice today. I'm giving you some perspective, but definitely check with a healthcare lawyer, a biller, a consultant, whoever you trust to help you moving forward in creating a wellness business or practice. I have no financial disclosures, and I'll be talking about some clinics as examples, but I'm not promoting any products or clinics today. Our learning objectives, as Dr. Jenny pointed out, are going to be, I'm going to help you learn how to design your wellness practice based on your expertise, evaluate what you have, what you need to get started, determine how much to charge for your services, and then create a plan for marketing and keeping your services full so that you can keep helping more and more people. So this all starts with your why. Why do you want to do wellness as a therapist? There's a lot of reasons, and it may seem obvious to think about your why, but the reason I want you to think about it is because it's going to get a little tricky at times. You're going to feel like, I don't know what I'm doing, or is this worth it? Or there's something complicated, and you're going to be putting yourself out there in a new way by offering different services, and wellness services are cash-based services for the most part because they're not really covered by insurance. So it feels different. So checking in with your why and having a strong, solid why will always help you to continue moving forward. So maybe it's because you want to solve a problem that's not being addressed. Maybe you want to help more people. You want to keep people in your care for longer that you're seeing already in therapy. You want to keep them in your loop. Maybe you want to preserve some people's insurance benefits so that they can keep having more therapy and stay better. If you have a business, you can use wellness to diversify revenue streams or create additional revenue. You can increase a lifetime customer value, how long people are with you, bringing in revenue into your business. You can decrease healthcare costs overall because you're keeping people healthier and increasing access to specialty services in your community. So these are just some examples about why you might be interested in wellness. So step number one to creating this practice, or just the first steps of it, maybe it's just a side gig, whatever it might look like for you. Where are the gaps? This is something I think so many of you have seen and can identify and think about. If you're just thinking about your facility or your community, there are always gaps that exist in care. Are people, when they leave and discharge therapy, do they have somewhere to go? Is there something you just wish, or they just wish existed, so that it could really help them move forward on their rehab goals or health goals? So what are those gaps? Try to figure that out. And then think about what would excite you to fill in that gap. What are you excited about doing? Because there might be a lot of gaps and you might not want to fill all of them, but maybe there's something you feel expert in and your clients are looking for something like this. So what would that be? And just think about maybe what kind of a first small step might be for you to do that. You know, work with people. There might be existing clients or former patients. Are they asking for something? Are they wanting more? And most importantly, really, would they be willing to pay for it? Because like I mentioned, wellness services are normally cash pay and out of pocket. So are people asking for something they'd be willing to pay for that you can kind of co-create with them and figure it out? So just as an example of what this could look like, my business partner, Claire McLean in Southern California, has a special interest in working with people with Parkinson's. And when she was working at her hospital job, they had a class or two for people with Parkinson's, but there was a gap because there was not enough classes. They were really lacking in evidence-based group classes. There were not enough of them, and not enough of like, let's really emphasize what the evidence is saying. So she identified that gap, and she had people asking her for this. So when she started contemplating what to do and how to fill this gap, she was still at her other job, so there was some security there. And she wanted to offer something that wouldn't be a conflict of interest for her employer. So she offered something that the hospital was not doing at all. And she held a class in the park. So this is a video of one of her early classes in the park with some clients, and they're doing some power moves there, power ups. They brought their beach towels and everybody came to the park to do it. She offered it as a trial just to see who's interested in this. Do we want to do it for a long term? So she did a 6-week trial for free classes, so there would be no conflict of interest. And people were interested and they really loved it and they wanted to continue, and they wanted to pay her for her time and what they would be benefiting from. So that's one way that you could potentially think about getting started the way that Claire did. So how do you get started once you have your idea and you've identified the gap and you're ready to get going because you have people interested? So there's some businessy things that need to be in order. And this is why I kind of talked about thinking about your why, because as therapists, we might be a little more nervous to think about like putting together the business stuff. And it's not really the fun stuff that we're really the most excited about. So here are some steps. Here are the things that you need to put in order to get this started. And it's just something that has to be done, and you can definitely do it and find people to help you along the way if you feel like it's out of your realm of comfort. But I also want to say, get used to being a little uncomfortable when you're going into new things like starting something like a wellness class, because we have to get uncomfortable sometimes. So you're going to determine the type of business entity you're going to form. And it can look like a DBA or a sole proprietorship, an LLC, an S Corp, something like that. A lot of people start with DBAs and sole proprietorships when they're just beginning, but depending on your state and your city or county, you know, different goals that you have for yourself, you might choose one or the other, and you can always change and upgrade. You can start with one of these low ones like a sole proprietorship and then move to a corporation. But I would really recommend talking to other people who have done this in your area to see what's kind of required for you, because it differs. Talk to your small business administration, a healthcare lawyer, even an accountant, so that you can understand the tax implications of the different ones. So think about your business structure and get that set up. You're going to create your legal paperwork and waivers. Use the healthcare lawyer to help you do this because you need to indicate that you're doing wellness and not structured therapy. So your healthcare lawyer will help you create it so it's not confusing for people and you can just move forward with what you want to do. Have a simple way to document. With wellness, there's no requirement around HIPAA. You don't need an EMR. You don't need to be doing medical justification. So it's very simple. You can create whatever way you want, like paper or even Google Docs. Open a business bank account to keep your finances separate, business and personal. Set up a PO address if you'd like, so that you use that for the business versus your home address. And then get or expand your malpractice insurance so that you can be covered for this new area that you're going to be working in. So those are kind of the little initial businessy steps so that you can kind of get started on what you're excited to do and what people are ready to have you offering them. So next, we're going to talk about pricing. This is always a tricky one and one that people have a lot of questions about. So how much should you charge for your services? You know, depending on what you're offering, maybe it's wellness classes, maybe it's one-on-ones, anything like that. So it is a bit of a balancing act. You want to create appropriate pricing structure because this needs to be sustainable. So you're creating a program that people will benefit from for a very, very long time. In order to do that, you cannot get yourself in a place where you can't afford to be spending your time on it anymore. You need to be making some profit. You need to be able to pay yourself. You need to be able to pay instructors in the future. So make sure that you're thinking about that already. Make it appropriate for you to cover your costs and even get a little profit. Sometimes in the beginning, this isn't as easy and you might feel like you're kind of behind in how much you are earning before you start to really make it go forward. So just understand that, but always convey the value. Whenever people are buying services from you or participating in something from you, they do expect to pay you for it. It is something that is worth something to them because you're increasing something valuable to them in their life, their fitness, their longevity, their health, their quality of life. So just remember there's huge value in what you're providing and it shouldn't be free. And you don't want to undervalue it. So think about other classes in the area. What are they charging? Every area is going to be a little different. Where I am in Southern California, people are going to charge more for services like this than maybe in the Midwest or in another area. So just consider what's around you. And if there are people offering general population fitness classes for a certain price point, it makes sense for yours to be pretty similar to that. They could really even be more, but it's up to you. Like, you shouldn't be a ton less than that. If people in the general population are paying $30 a class or whatever it might be, you should not be charging $5. That's just my opinion, because it just doesn't really convey the actual value of what you're doing. Most likely it wouldn't be sustainable either. So think about those things, incorporate what your time and pay should be, how much equipment you need to get started. If you have rent, because you might be renting a space, what would that look like? And any startup costs like the lawyer's fees, make sure you're considering those. And then calculate how many classes you need to have per week, how many people needed to be in each class to offset your costs. In the beginning, you might not have that. You have a goal and you're reaching for it. You might not have it right away. So just know where you're headed. Let's talk about some pricing models. And this is the way a lot of people do it. You can have a per class rate. You can have a package rate. You can have a membership. And some people do all three. When I was doing more wellness programming in private practice, we had all three. And we structured it somewhat like this. And so again, just this is an example. You don't have to use these numbers as like your numbers or anything like that. But you would want to price things so that you're incentivizing people to do the option that you think is best for them and also hopefully best for you. So a membership is always the easiest way to have someone really committed to coming, returning, and getting the most value out of it. If people are being sporadic in their classes and attendance, do you think they're really going to get the benefit that you're trying to have them see? Not as much. They really need to be consistent and coming as much as possible. So that's why memberships can be really helpful. It gets people consistent and a commitment from them. And then it also helps you because you have some predictability on when you're getting your revenue and how much you can expect to be getting. And also just attendance in your class. You have a certain amount of members, you know how many people might be attending each class, and it really helps you for planning. So you can also have packages. A lot of people like the flexibility of that, and then you can give them a bit of a discount for buying things in bulk. And then I would recommend, if you have a drop-in class price, to have that be the highest amount, because it really is a most convenient thing for them, but kind of the least convenient for you because you don't know when they're coming and it's kind of sporadic. And so just incentivize them to be more committed, but also have the option for them to come in whenever they want, just so that helps people to try things out. As an example of some people doing that, Jackie and Shannon in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Jackie McMurray and Shannon Mathis, they're two neuro PTs, and they started a gym called Life in Motion, and they're offering all different wellness services from physical therapists. They have one-on-one PT wellness, they have gym classes, group classes. They have a gym membership where people can just come and use the equipment. They also offer virtual and wellness assessments, and their target population is adults with neurologic conditions and older adults. So what they offer are basically all of those things. They have all of those pricing models that I said. They have a drop-in rate for people, and just for reference from their numbers in Pittsburgh, which would be different where I am in California and maybe where you are, but their drop-in rate is $20 for one class, for a group class, or $5 for $90. And this is just their current pricing. It might change at some point. Their one-on-one wellness sessions for 60 minutes is $75, or 3 for $210. And when we were doing one-on-one wellness in my private practice, we offered that at actually the same rate as our one-on-one physical therapy sessions. So different options, whatever works for you. And then the monthly gym membership that they're offering is $60 a month, or you can do a membership with the gym plus group classes, and the highest that goes is $190 a month. So a lot of different options there that you can do. And, I like that they use this different ways of having drop-in as well as group class rates, packages, and then membership. So a lot of people are kind of doing it that way as well, because it offers a lot of flexibility for people. So next, we're going to talk about marketing your services to get them started and keep them full. One of the main things I want you all to avoid and make sure you do not do is do not spend too much money too soon. You might not really need to spend much money on marketing at all initially. A lot of therapists get very nervous about marketing because you maybe feel like you don't know what it is or how to do it right, or it feels very daunting and unfamiliar. But I know you all who love people and network really well can actually market, because that kind of is the best marketing for what you're doing in your wellness. So step number one, before you start paying for things and creating ads and sending mailers, number one, tell everyone what you are doing. I mean, everyone. The best referral sources are often the people that you know. So this could be colleagues who are also therapists, physicians. It could be friends and family. Put it on your social media, email people. People want to know what you're doing. They will be excited for you. They might know someone who wants what you're offering. Even current and past clients, tell them all. You really never know who might respond to this and be interested, because people will be interested. And this is where you're going to get the most people, because they already know, like, and trust you and are excited for you. The next thing, very similar, reach out to known therapy referral sources, physiatrists, physicians, neurologists, whoever, MDs, and physical therapists who are not in your specialty area. Tell all of them what you're doing and let them know how people can get in touch with you and get started on what you're offering. Next, build authority and locally and online, or both, and connect with people. So if your local hospitals and universities and nonprofits are hosting events, maybe there's symposiums, maybe there's walking events or something, try to get connected to them. Go to those events and talk to the people leading them. Ask how you can help. See if you can lead an event, part of the event, a group demonstration or something like that, and just really connect with people, because that networking is going to pay off huge. The next thing you could try is holding workshops or events. We used to have great success with this because it gave people an opportunity to get together, learn, experience what we were offering in our wellness classes, and then learn how to join them, maybe even get a trial of them. So it's an awesome way to educate people on what you're offering and why you're different. You're a therapist offering wellness. Why is that so special? Why is what you're doing different than what they could get, somewhere else or at the regular gym? And then last, and this is, I would not put this first, honestly, depending on your population, where does your population hang out? If you're in geriatrics or like me in neuro, there's not as many people on social media. So I would not focus on this one first, personally, but just read your audience, build an engaged following on social media. So just get started with a little bit of social media stuff so that people learn who you are, what you do, why you have expertise, and kind of see where that goes. But I wouldn't expect all of your clients and referrals to come from social media. However, it is a good idea to kind of just get the ball rolling on it when you can. Next example of marketing in a really cool way is Nicole Lagasse. She's a physiotherapist who has a business called Embark Physio in Perth, Australia. And she loves swimming in water and stand-up paddleboarding. And so she was searching for a way to create something fun and unique for people living with a neurologic condition. And she met a paddleboard instructor named Nikki from the Perth SUP school. And they started to collaborate and had this great idea. Let's put together a paddleboarding class for people with neuro conditions using her equipment and paddleboard instruction ability and Nicole's expertise as a physiotherapist to create a fun and safe, exciting way for people to have a recreational activity. So they targeted adults living with neurologic conditions. They collaborated together using both networks, Nicole's network and Nikki's network, to spread the word. So some of the ways that they got people in for their first classes as a trial, because they did this trial kind of like Claire did, they had a free come and try day. So they had a flyer that they all posted everywhere. And they reached out to their referral sources. So Nicole had a lot of referral sources who were giving her therapy patients. So she reached out to those case managers and physicians and other therapists in the area to let them know what she was doing. And Nikki reached out in her community, the clientele who are already coming to SUP classes. Did they have a family member, a friend, or know anyone who would be interested in something like this? And because of doing that, they were able to fill up their first class and get enough people to kind of create a series of classes. They also started having some social media and building up traction around that. She wasn't sure how many people came from the social media. So like I said, it's not always the first choice of it, but it's important because then people ongoing will hear about you and want to help and want to join and be a part of it. So that collaboration and networking is so huge and important in building your class and keeping it ongoing. So we're talking about thriving, making your wellness thrive, right? Not just making it start and barely getting by and scraping by and drowning and just, going paycheck to paycheck. We want to make it thrive because it's really important. What you do is so helpful to so many people. They would be so sad to miss out on you if you had to start something and then you couldn't keep it going. So really focus on making it thrive. The first thing you can do in order to ensure that is to keep it as simple as possible. Make sure it feels very easy for you. You want to do something that you think is fun, that people will like. Start with one thing at a time. It's so easy to get excited. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do that. I have so many ideas. Very exciting. We all get like that, but to hold yourself back and start with one thing at a time, get it fully established, like Nicole with her paddleboarding class. She's got a lot of ideas too. Get this one thing off the ground before you start adding on. Make sure it's sustainable for you, like I talked about with pricing and with your time and with the amount of energy you put into it. Make sure it really works for you so that it can keep going. Solving a problem that people need a solution to. We mentioned that in the beginning. Get comfortable saying no. There's going to be a lot of people who have ideas for what you should do, how you should do it. And just know that this is your business. This is your venture. You get to decide how you want to do it. So make it for you. You don't have to take everyone else's advice. Just like do it exactly how you want to do it and get comfortable saying no to the things that you don't want to do. And then really, most importantly, honestly, is finding other people who are doing these things too, so that you have support. So many questions are going to come up for you. What do I price this? Or how do I deal with that? What did you write here in this paperwork, et cetera, et cetera? What worked for you in this marketing, whatever. So find other people who are doing it so that you can ask your questions, have that support, cheer each other on, celebrate these wins. It really makes a difference to have a community around you. So now we have a little bit of time perhaps for some questions. I know that was a really fast crash course, like I said, in getting started and going. So here's my contact information if any of you have questions that we don't get to answer today. But let me know if you have any questions for me, and I'm happy to answer.
All right. Thank you so much, Irene. This is really very good, especially for beginners. And then everybody's looking forward. They're all burned out doing their job and really looking forward how to have their own entrepreneur mindset, wellness. They just don't know how to begin. So this is really a good, simple, basic roadmap for you. So guys, please do a screenshot here for all the resources and information, social media of Dr. Irene. One question, Irene, do you think you can give us a sample or email us a sample of a contract for a wellness, something contract, or for us to have an idea what to put?
Yeah.
Just simple things. So we can email it to all the attendees because we are coming from scratch, you know. And then that's really good. Go first LLC or your DBA, and then the insurance, you know, so we can skip that. So thank you. Let me see the QA. I think that's the one that is, guys, check the QA for the QA, and you can put your questions there. And if on the chat also, you can ask question on the chat. All right. So majority of you are able to access the chat form. And this is will be the information of Dr. Irene. And Dr. Irene, can you tell us about the Neuro Collaborative Group? So this is for neuro specialists, so how they can check on you and what is it a little bit all about?
Yeah, sure. So to answer your question about the contract, yeah, I can definitely send you a sample of what should be included and what one might look like. So you can just have an idea, but definitely take it to your healthcare lawyer and have them draft your own. Okay. But yeah, so we do have I have a community in Neuro Collaborative where we help people who enjoy neuro, and we do clinical education classes and also business education, coaching, group workshops for people who have wellness businesses. And then also people who are very focused in working with people with Parkinson's is another specialty area of ours, because Claire McLean specializes in that. So I think the best way to really learn any more you want about it is follow us on social media or join this Neuro Collaborative Professionals free group. So you can just get an idea of our community and what people are asking and the support.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. So guys, everybody, she's available in social media. Connect with her in her email and IG and FB. Thank you so much, Dr. Irene. We appreciate you. All right. So let me check here.
I see a question in the Q&A.
There's one. Okay, let me see.
If I already have an LLC and network to Medicare, can I still offer wellness? The answer is yes. Yes, you can definitely still offer wellness. And, you know, this is kind of where I was talking about the gray area with Medicare, but many, many physical therapy practices have both. therapy and wellness. You do not have to have them separate. So it's really about just drafting your paperwork and having some clear communication to people about what the difference is between what you're offering in therapy and what you're offering in wellness. And I didn't have time to go into all of that, but there's a lot of things to know about what's considered medical necessity for Medicare and how wellness is different. And so I know there's stuff out there. We definitely have things on our podcast where we talk about it, the I Love Neuro podcast. So if you want to search some of our episodes there, or even just start following us more, we do discuss the differences a lot if that's something that feels a little bit uncertain for you.
Yeah, you have still 5 minutes, Dr. Rin. Do you want to emphasize something on that or anything to add on about your presentation? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I can talk a little bit about the difference between the therapy and
Okay.
wellness side.
We can
I know
remove the PowerPoint so we can see you. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can remove and then. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
highlight.
So it takes more than 5 minutes to discuss it, but Medicare requires you to have medical necessity when you're working with people for one-on-one physical therapy. And medical necessity requires there to be progress towards a functional goal. It needs to be something relevant to their function. There needs to be a reasonable timeline that you are providing it in, and there needs to be a level of skill. It doesn't mean that wellness is not skilled, because it kind of is. It really is. If you're a therapist, you are skilled, you can't help it, and that's awesome. So there are different requirements that you have to meet for therapy versus doing the wellness. And you know what, I feel like it's hard for me to like divide it in just like a tiny amount of time. But wellness is more around fitness. You're going to have exercise related goals and fitness goals, quality of life goals, compared to when you're doing therapy. It's going to be more like transfer goals or even fall goals. To prevent falls, like something that's a little bit more measured with your outcomes that you're doing and how it relates to their movement in the home, something more therapeutic, I guess is a way to say it, and not as much based on their fitness and quality of life and overall larger picture of how they're doing, interacting with their family and going in the community. So that's kind of one way to think about it.
Thank you so much. Yes, that's really good. So wellness and Medicare, that's really has always a gray part, right? That's what they keep saying. But definitely having a mentor coaching program, join some groups that you are really interested with a niche. So let's say you want neuro, connect with Dr. Rin, you have geriatrics. We have also mentor from Dr. Bill because he is more in geriatrics. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Rin. We appreciate you. Please put on the chat as well your information. I know some of them already did some screenshots, so definitely we can put some. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So that's really nice to know more about wellness and how to have your own business. So that's Dr. Irene. And now let's see, will be our next. All right. Let's see if this will play. All right. Not playing. So Mon, can you play some videos for us, please? Thank you. All right. You can have the floor, Mon.
Sure. For
Thank you.
1 minute.
You're a co-host. You're okay, right? As a co-host? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. That's great.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kim Rutherford, Vice President of Education here at the
We
American.
don't see it. Okay, now we can see it. Thank you.
All right. Let me.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kim Rutherford, Vice President of Education here at the American Institute of Balance. This year, we proudly celebrate our 30th anniversary as the proven leader in the evaluation, treatment, and education of vestibular and equilibrium science and concussion management. To date, AIB has trained and certified over 20,000 practitioners worldwide, with 1,200 rehabilitation professionals trained last year. We are honored to be the largest postgraduate educator within equilibrium science for rehabilitation professionals. AIB is excited to offer comprehensive certification courses, incorporating online and live education platforms to deliver a quality educational experience. This allows the clinician the flexibility to complete the online portion of the course at a self-pace without the scheduling demand of a predetermined scheduled workshop. Additionally, the live hands-on component gives the clinician the immediate skills needed to quickly and efficiently manage their patients in an evidence-based, practical manner. The reviews are in and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Participant feedback helps ensure that we continue to deliver a quality product for clinical success and excellent patient outcomes. On behalf of our entire team here at AIB, I want to thank you for your recent and past support. AIB remains committed to you, our friends and colleagues, to provide an exceptional educational experience to help you better serve your patients. Please visit Dizzy.com for a complete listing of our certification workshops. We look forward to seeing you in 2022.
Thank you, Mon. And then maybe we can also listen about the Imperial Home Health, the one from Dr. Eleazar Tayag and Dr. Gina Tayag in Victorville, California. Thank you.
Helping you focus on your health. Imperial Home Health has always been dedicated to meeting the needs of patients where they feel most comfortable. We believe that by providing a patient-centered treatment care plan, we can expedite their recovery process and aid them better. We offer an extensive array of services to our patients. This includes having registered and licensed nurses to monitor their health, and provide basic healthcare services in the home of our patients. Restoring strength and mobility with the help of our licensed physical therapists. Aiding patients cope up with the changes associated with their conditions through our occupational therapists. Deploying home health aides to help maintain the level of safety and comfort in their residences. We also provide other services like speech therapy, medical social worker, nutritional guidance, telehealth service, and more. All of which are designed to address your unique needs and improve your quality of life. Avail of our services as early as now. Dial 760-951-6688 and discuss your needs with our team.
Thank you, Mon. All right, so let me check on that. Oh. So we have here to play. Okay. So our next speaker for tonight will be Dr. Winnie Aris or Wanarani Aris. She is from Indonesia, doctor specialist in rehabilitation medicine. I can really read Indonesian language here. So she is also treasurer from 2004 to 2007 in IWMA, Indonesia Wellness Master Association in Ketua Diklat. And she's also the founder and the leader of the PADI. It is the Perhimpunan Asuhan Dementia Indonesia, and the vice president of Association in Penggolala Caregiver Indonesia in Ketua Umum. So Dr. Winnie, thank you so much for this opportunity to have you. And she has lots of groups of doctors, and that's the PADI in Indonesia. She's going to discuss more about the older, the frailty, and know more about our aging and older adult. This is very important. You have the floor now, doctor. All right, so let me see a spin. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jenny. Nice to hear your voice, to see your face. And also thank you to invite me in this Geriatric Global Summit. It's very
Thank you
nice
so
and
much.
very honor.
You're welcome. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Winnie.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I will share from my computer. Is it okay, Jenny?
Yes, yes, please. And increase your volume as well, Dr. Winnie.
Okay.
Yes, it's getting better with your volume
Is
as
it
well when you're closer.
is it better?
Yes, better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will start our frailty in elderly. Is it already my slide? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, Dr. Winnie.
Okay. Okay. Frailty in elderly, yeah, as we know, the frailty, yeah, is conceptual, defined as a clinical stage of older adult with increasing vulnerability. Is a syndrome in geriatric. Yeah, results from aging and association declines in physiologic reserve and functions and across multiple organ system. So it is it would make an ability for elderly to cope with everyday or acute stressor. Yeah, that's frailty syndrome. As we see, frailty and sarcopenia. Yeah, some we say it conditions that we can say two sides in one coin, sarcopenia and frailty. Yeah, due to there is an overlap between sarcopenia and frailty. Sarcopenia and frailty will make the physical functions impairment. Yeah, and the result is very important. The weak muscle strength, the slow gait speed, and the poor balance, with also the impact of those of three physical function impairment. Yeah, sarcopenia is a condition characterized by the progressive and generalized loss of skeletal muscle and functions. Yeah. It is strictly correlated with physical disability, poor quality of life, and death. Yeah, that's the sarcopenia. So the risk factor for sarcopenia including aging, gender, and level of physical activity. And the loss of muscle mass may be associated with increasing body fat. Yeah, that's why despite the elderly have normal weight, but there is a market of weakness, yeah, due to changes the muscle mass being muscle fat, and we call it a sarcopenia obesity. Frailty, so we know, can be defined as a multi-system impairment and association with increasing vulnerability to stressor. Even only small stressor can make it worsening the frailty gradations, yeah, from pre-frailty to frailty, yeah. That's why it's very important to assess frailty and to prevent. Yeah. Frailty will leading contributor to premature mortality in the elderly populations, yeah, due to result from multiple factor and also from the chronic diseases, multiple chronic diseases in elderly, yeah, and impairment can reduce the person functional ability, also increasing hospital admissions, yeah. And the central problem is potential serious adverse outcome if the elderly become frailty. Yeah. So that's why frailty should be identified earlier to improve the outcome and avoid the unnecessary harm. We should, yeah, focus on the ways to prevent. Yeah. So that's why if we found our elderly patients state frailty or pre-frailty, it is a very good. So we can prevent not earlier become a frailty state. So we should delay and treat frailty. Also in sarcopenia, there is a risk of progressive decline in skeletal muscle mass, as I said before, and also muscle strength.
Experience 3 of the following features are considered frail: slower unsteady gait, general weakness, weight loss, decreased activity, and exhaustion. It's estimated that over 1 million Canadians are frail, and these individuals are vulnerable to poor hospital outcomes. The Clinical Frailty Scale by Dr. Kenneth Rockwood is a tool used to summarize the overall fitness of an older adult after they have been assessed in a clinical encounter. Based on this tool, Dr. Janet McElhaney created this visual aid. When older adults become acutely unwell, their clinical frailty score increases. The goal of treatment is to help these patients return to and maintain their level of fitness prior to becoming ill. For example, when an older adult presents to the emergency department, his frailty score might be a 7. However, 3 weeks ago, it may have been a 4.
Okay, yeah, that we can see in this video that elderly person come to the emergency unit with frailty score 7, and then 3 weeks ago, after all the chronic diseases treatment, and we give the exercise and we give the nutrition, yeah. So the therapist give the exactly what kind of exercise 3 weeks after the frailty score decreasing to 4, yeah. We hope we can do it for our elderly populations. So the clinical frailty scale, we have 8 staging. Very fit. I think this very fit is not amount number in population, yeah, in state, in my country. Very fit is like sport elderly, yeah, Olympic elderly, yeah, their fitness is very good, yeah. Maybe more, much more in well a clinical frail scale, yeah. People who have no active diseases symptoms. Often they exercise or very active or exercise seasonally. Yeah. But we also have the staging number 3, managing well controlled, yeah, but are not regularly active, yeah, not regularly active beyond routine walking. Yeah, as we know, walking is recommended by the WHO for maintenance activity in elderly. Yeah, we need only 150 minutes a week or around 30 minutes a day. Yeah, but I don't think that all the elderly populations globally doing regularly. Regularly is very important. Yeah, and the number 4 is vulnerable. While not yet dependent on others for activity of daily living, but often there are limitations in activity. we can say some major complaint is being slow up, yeah. While walking is very slow, while sinking is more slowing than before. That is number 4. And number 5 is mildly frail. These people often have more evidence slowing and need help to IADL, instrumental, yeah, activity of daily living. Maybe the person, the elderly, cannot managing the finance, the transportations, yeah. And number 6 is moderate frail. People need help with all outside activity. And 7 is severely frail, completely dependent, yeah. Need caregiver, need caregiving from the family, from the spouse, from the children, or maybe from other friends, yeah. And number 8 is very severely frail, completely dependent, yeah. This is the end of life, yeah. We call it end of life state. Typically, they could not recover even from a minor illness, yeah? So we should delay the decreasing number from very fit or well, don't earlier become severely frail or even very severely frail. We can use many tools, yeah, for assess the frailty. Globally, we use 5 frailty indicators, yeah, with unintentional weight loss, weakness, exhaustion, slowness, and low activity. Baseline more than 4.5 kilogram lost unintentionally in prior year. Weakness, we can use the hand grip. Exhaustion, we self-reported at least 3 days a week. And slowness, if more than 7 seconds to travel 4.57 meter or 15 feet. And low activity assessed using the PACE, yeah, physical activity scale. Or we can use the frailty index. There is 40 questions, and then we can get the scale of the frailty severity. So we can see in this video that there is become the gate is speed is become very low and low and low, yeah, and need using let's say mobility aids, yeah. Okay. Okay. Then we go through to the physical examination. Of course, we should examine very carefully, yeah, with we call it comprehensive geriatric, yeah. But I only take one system is neuromusculoskeletal, look, feel, move, yeah. Why I choose the quadriceps femoris, yeah, because the quadriceps femoris, as we know, is a very large group of muscle, yeah, at the front of our thigh, yeah. Perform a variety of movement, yeah, include walking, standing, running, jumping, kicking, yeah. Also keep our kneecap stable. That's the benefit of quadriceps femoris, the big muscle. So we should maintain these muscles to keep active, yeah. Okay, then we go through to this slide, yeah. Assessment of frailty. When we assess the frailty, yeah, we use the clinical frailty scoring, yeah. We can use the 5 indicator, we can use the clinical frailty index of 40 question, yeah. Then the association of frailty with an outcome examinations is very important. One journal about the frailty, they have concluded that the mortality was the most common outcome, being predictive around 87%. It's very big amount, yeah. Association frailty with comorbid around 73%, frailty with complications around 100%, frailty with length of stay, yeah, it means frailty will increasing the length of stay, uh, 75%, and with high risk of falls, 71%, decreasing cognitive function, 94%, and decreasing all body function around 90%. That is a journal from BMC Geriatric, article number 393, published in October 7, 2020. So it is a big problems if we not maintain or we not manage frailty as a team. We also know about the geriatric syndrome, or some call is geriatric giant, or using the 14E, yeah, 14I, instability, immobility, impairment of vision, impairment of hearing, infection, etc. One of is sarcopenia, osteoporosis, and muscle weakness, that the geriatric syndrome related to frailty. Osteoporosis, we know, is an age-related disease of bone that leads to an increased risk of fracture in osteoporosis. The bone mineral density will reduce. The bone microarchitecture is disrupted, so prone to fracture. Yeah, only with a little little falls only, yeah, and the amount and variety of proteins is altered. Yeah, also in frailty we need protein. This is the hierarchy of physical function. As we know, we should examinations the basic component, yeah? The motoric coordinations, the balance, yeah, the strength of muscle, the flexibility of muscle, or we call it range of motions, and the endurance. Integration level 1 of hierarchy of physical function with a specific physical movement such as walking, and the integration level 2 is task or goal oriented function. Yeah, we can use the activity of daily living, instrumental activity of daily living, and the top if integration level 3 is the role functions of the elderly. What is the role function if the patients of the frail elderly patient with many, let's say, chronic diseases, is they or she or he still doing the role function? Yeah, that's our goal, that should be assessed and then treat all the elderly patients with comprehensive geriatric assessment. And also we know the hierarchy of physical function, again, physical elite. Yeah, if we know the clinical frailty scoring, there are number 1, is it the physically elite? Yeah, but we also have physically fit, but maybe major of elderly have a physically independent. They can very light physical works, they can doing their hobbies, but their low physical demand activity, and still using or still can doing the ADL and instrumental activity of daily living. So we should prevent, not earlier, the physical independent become physically frailty, because they only can doing light housekeeping, yeah, they still can doing food preparations, but may be homebound. After that, we should also prevent don't become physically dependent, cannot pass the basic activity of daily living, such as walking, busing, dressing, need help from other person, need caregiver, also in disability, yeah, and of life stage. So this is very important to doing. Now, how about the physical exercise doing on frailty? Yeah, it is very, very important. Yeah, because law of physical activity has been shown to be one of the most common components of frailty. Intervention-based exercise has been considered to prevent or reverse frailty scales. Yeah, we can reverse frailty scale with exercise, with activity, physical activity. There are one journal systematic review about frailty. They review around 500 articles and 6 articles about the multi-component exercise intervention or multi-component exercise program. This systematic review suggests that very frailty older adults seem benefit with exercise intervention. Although they say, the researchers say, the optimal program remain unclear and need more studies. So, Dr. Jenny, we should need more studies for making the optimal program for the frailty. Yeah, this is from BMC Geriatric Journal, article number 104. So we need the multi-component exercise program. So include the endurance exercise, strengthening exercise, flexibility exercise, and balance exercises. Yeah? So we can see that only with walking again, yeah, only 30 minutes a day, but regularly, the elderly can maintain the muscle mass, can maintain the muscle function, can maintain the muscle strength, yeah, especially lower extremity, yeah, especially the quadricep muscle. Also, up and down in stair. Yeah? The elderly can use the stair also as an physically exercise. Yeah? Not only walking, but also adding this using stair. It is very benefit. And also, they can use the weight lift for physical exercise. So it's depend on the elderly itself, what is the grade of physically activity. Yeah, and then they should maintain or maybe they should increase their physically activity. Okay, so we go down our slide about the cases. Yeah, this is the cases in the top referral hospital, national hospital, academic hospital. The patients come to the hospital 22 July. Mr. D, a male, of course, 77 years, with chief complaint, weak and feel tired. He got diabetes for 20 years, hypertension for 5 years, and the ADL Barthel index before hospitalized still 20. While come to the emergency department, become 10, and then decreasing for 7, and in the ward after treatment increased to 11. So we can see the problem framework using the ICF framework, yeah, International Classifications of Functions, Health, and disability. Yeah, the patient still have also COVID-19, have a suspect lumbar degenerative disease, have a low back pain, pneumonia due to COVID, risk of sarcopenia, have a gastritic colitis, has a diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and hypertension, yeah, and GI bleeding, anemia, low muscle endurance, yeah, and ADL moderate dependence, role function disorder, decrease of quality of life, high risk of fall and frailty, of course. Yeah. Okay. Then we go to the analysis, the functional analysis, doing the activity of daily living, yeah, using the ADL Bartel Index and the ADL. We can see before 20 and then decreasing and then increasing again, yeah. Also the mobility. That's the conditions of the patient. Yeah. Then we using the comprehensive geriatric assessment using many tools. Yeah, we can use the frailty index 40, using the fatigue severity scale, mini nutrition assessment, geriatric depression scales, Norton pressure scale, mini mental state examination, AQ5D, and SARC-F. Yeah, we can see the scoring, high risk of fall. Yeah, but there is no depression. Yeah, 4 is normal, no risk of decubitus ulcer. Mini mental state examination normal, but decreasing quality of life. Yeah, okay. Then we go through to the medical rehabilitation approach. Yeah, from the doctor, from the physiotherapist, from the nutritional. So only for the frailty, I'm not elaborated all the problems, only the frailty. So we should assess the patient's potential, rehabilitation potential. The patient pre-illness function was good. Yeah, the ADL is 20. This is a very potential for the patient, but he has obstacle, multiple chronic diseases, malnutrition, uh, sorry, there is no depression, but he has weak and tired. Yeah, so we should make a program, gradual mobilization exercise, using start low, go slow. Yeah, then we can give the nutrition protein intake 1.0 to 1.2. So this is my my last slide. Take home message: frailty is not an inevitable part of aging. It is a long-term condition. Yeah, it is a long-term condition. So exercise will make perfect. Yeah, but if not, the elderly become frailty. And then the frailty state is not static. It can be made better or worse. Frailty become pre-frailty, frailty grade 1, can worse to grade 2, grade 3, and so on. Yeah, so that is not a static. So this is our duty to give educations and give treatment to our elderly population. Frailty should be identified and intervention earlier. Why? Yeah, it's to improve outcomes and to avoid unnecessary harm. We can use the MCEP, multi-component exercise program, and also combine with nutritional therapy. Yeah, due to nutritional status is strongly Thank you very much.
So, suggestion mo sila dapat first yung sinasabi ko. Ano sa
For the audience. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Winnie. That's really eye-opening for our frailty, right? Everybody always hear the word frailty, and now we see the geriatric, exactly the different syndrome related to that, the different sub areas. When you showed the different program, like all the table, my mom is in the ICU right now, and you explained everything. It says their post-COVID symptoms, pneumonia, anemia, frailty, everything is like checklist. So I hope she recovers well. And then that's really important that the post-COVID syndrome, she had it January, but now it's all coming just now 6 months. And on top of her diabetes. So it's very complicated. So we really hope that as we are young, we really engage our activity. Nutrition, you explained that, and exercise. So PA is physical activity. So in Indonesia, Dr. Winnie, what are the different activities that you have? Because here in US, everybody has their own style. If you're, as what you've said, we have a senior athletes too. That's your elite group. And they engage with that, but they have some organization that they can do some membership, like YMCA. So it's very minimal. They have organization, modern adults in different state. So they have exercise specific to what they want, like dementia, Parkinson's. So how about in Indonesia, Dr. Winnie? How does it work?
Jenny, in Indonesia, we have 34 province. Yeah, we have around 170 island. Yeah, big island and small island. So it's not easy to make such a club, elite, something like that. But there is also growing, yeah, in a big city. But as a general, our government have a program in Puskesmas. Puskesmas is a central public health center, yeah, in around 34 province, yeah, and the program is still club maintaining exercise for the elderly, not yet for the elite. So I think
Yes.
like in state or in Philippines or in other country, something like that. So thank you for your motivation doing that.
Yes, you are welcome, Dr. Winnie, and we appreciate your leadership in Indonesia as well with your different medical professionals. So guys, do you have any questions? Let me check the QA. All right. Do you have any questions for Dr. Winnie? You can put it on the chat. All right. So Mo just said very relevant, especially in the PH setting, where culturally mosting frailty is expected as they age. Yeah, that's true. They always think only when you age, you will be frail. But as we know, just be bedbound and be in the hospital for 3 days, 5 days without exercise, atrophy strikes, you know? So you don't need to age just to be frail. Once you hit, something will happen. You can be aging adults and you can be frail. So thank you so much. Everybody saying thank you. We appreciate you. Alaikum salam, Dr. Winnie.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Jenny, and all
Welcome,
the
Dr. Winnie. Yeah, we are all over. We have physical therapists from Philippines, in your Indonesia. We have also speaker later from India, and lots will be here in United States. So we're in different time. We appreciate you.
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
So thank you so much, guys. So that's Dr. Winnie, and she is the leader in PADI. It's Perhimpunan Association in Dementia Indonesia. And she's also one of the speaker in IFDC, where we are also involved, International Federation of Dementia Care. All right. So thank you. And Mon, you can check out you can share the next video for Avant Healthcare. So we discussed a while ago, guys, that Avant Healthcare is one of our agency here in America and our sponsor for tomorrow. And we have this wonderful speaker tomorrow explaining all the benefits, and this is their video.
I chose Avant Healthcare Professionals as my recruiter because when they came to Jamaica, they presented such a good opportunity. Come and embrace this American dream. But it was also the process that it entailed. I felt so supported on the journey. The calls, the messages, was just everything. It felt like a full supportive network.
Avant Healthcare made my American dream come true because, like here in the United States, they give us a lot of opportunity. At the same time, they have a strong, close tie with their employer. Avant Healthcare is there to support us. I advise for the healthcare people, like come and join and explore Avant Healthcare Professional and be one of us to achieve your dream.
Avant made my dream come true here in the US a lot. First is I was trained by highly skilled mentors, Rumina, Kelly, and Rochelle, and I was given the best transitionist ever, Jennifer, who helped me find a good car, find an apartment. It's very difficult when you live alone, but you have someone there, like your support system. Avant gave that to me.
I will tell you, my colleagues, step out of your comfort zone, explore. This nursing field is not only limited to what you're seeing back home. If you think you want to have a successful experience and a structured way of accomplishing your American dream, give Avant a try. Avant means success. Achieve your American dream with the Avant team.
Thank you so much, Mon, for sharing that video. So that's Avant based in Castleberry, Florida. So that is my agency coming here. All right. So we have our next speaker is Miss let me see. Mandy is here. Hi, Mandy. All right. So we're going to check on you as well. All right. So for our next speaker, guys, we have here. So we would like to thank as well James as one of our supporters. James strongly opposes the vision of the IFDC. So it is the International Federation Dementia Care to improve quality of life for elderly people with dementia. So they do some dementia care through dementia care expert certification. It's initially based in Japan and then now doing international. So if you want to be a dementia care expert certified, James is doing that also. And they're based in Philippines, but they're doing it internationally. They do it in Indonesia and Singapore, and we are contacted here as well in US. Okay. And this is supporters from our support system from PADI, where Dr. Winnie is the founder and also the leader, and the Geriatric Carers Guild in cooperation with Dr. Joel which will be with us this evening for about dementia, the arts and science of dementia. Okay, for our next speaker, we have Mandy Shintani. Mandy is an occupational therapist and gerontologist. She's based in Canada, and she is the CEO and co-founder of the Urban Polling, the Activator Polls. We had a summit last 2 years ago, learning more what is Activator Polls and how to use it. So right now it's in revolving, and now we'll focus on how about involving Activator Polls in dancing for older adults. We know that dancing is very beneficial. Music is very, very powerful in dementia, anything, especially Parkinson's disease, if you see that music. All right, so let's see how to use Activator Polls for balance and enhancing movement of exercise programs and mobility. In this webinar, we will learn the research benefits of using Nordic walking and dance steps for geriatric rehab, learn the activator techniques, and in using for balance and offloading for painful hip and knee joints, and learn the benefits of using Nordic walking poles for seated and standing exercises. All right, so giving the floor to you, Mandy Shintani. So welcome. Let me see. I think you can have your, let's put you as co-host. All right. Okay, you can share now. Thank you. And you can share your video as well, right? As long as you can share this. We can't hear you and we don't see anything yet, Mandy.
It says the host has
Okay.
stopped my video.
Okay, let me, so you're able to do, okay, let me see how can.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Jenny.
Wait, Mandy, I cannot see you.
Okay.
So let me
Okay.
go exactly on your.
Okay.
So I need to go exactly on your, where's Mandy? Because you need to be the, okay, here. Okay, need to be co-host. All right, you have access now. And Dr. Joel is here as well. Thank you. All right, and then you go
Great.
ahead.
Hello.
We have you now. Yes.
Excellent. And can you guys see my screen now?
Just share it first and let's see. I will need to pin you.
There we go. Can you guys see my PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Oh. Okay.
Pin. Yeah. Okay. So you're now pinned and then you can share it, Mandy. Just
I do have it up. Let me just stop sharing and then I'll try to share again.
Yes. Yep, it's working now.
Okay, excellent.
Perfect. We see it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of your awesome geriatric summit.
You're welcome.
As Jenny mentioned, as an occupational therapist and gerontologist, I am passionate about teaching new strategies to improve physical function for older adults. And my goal today is that you will walk away from this presentation with a very effective, evidence-based, and affordable tool that your client will love to revolutionize your rehab programs, both for seated and standing exercises, as well as gait retraining. Okay, so I know the concept is new to the United States, the use of Nordic walking or the activator pole, but we've been doing this since 2006, and it is prescribed as best practice here in Canada and abroad for rehab and wellness programs for older adults. So basically my agenda today, I'm actually just going to give a quick introduction to the whole concept of Nordic walking or using walking poles, the activator poles. But what I was just wondering, first of all, do people mind just letting me know in the chat button, like, have you ever heard of Nordic walking? Have you ever used the activator poles, either for rehab or for wellness programs? So if you don't mind including that in your chat button, that would be great to give me kind of an idea as to what people's background is. I'm going to talk to you about the benefits. Then I'm going to go through the research. I'm going to show you some pole dancing exercises, so some seated and standing exercises with poles that include like dance steps. I'm going to talk to you about how it can significantly improve gait, all aspects of gait, walking speed, arm swing, functional, making it a functional movement. And then I'll talk to you about our CEU approved training, and then of course, leaving time for questions. So just give you a little bit of background. The whole concept of using walking poles was introduced to me by my Swedish neighbor. And I think we can agree the Swedes represent or have, the healthiest older adults on the planet. And I wanted to find out, what are they doing? And what my neighbor told me is that it's simply through just walking that the Scandinavians are so healthy, but also everyone there uses walking poles. Doesn't matter whether you're a preschooler, Olympic athlete, summer training program for cross-country skiing, a working mom, older adults, people used walking poles. And I mean walking poles in their homes. I mean in their communities. In their communities. I'm going to show you how we adapted it for using it in their home as well. And what I was shocked is that when I looked at the research, This is an evidence-based program. There are over 370 studies on PubMed, and most of those are to do with older adults. And what I was really surprised is that the research shows that using walking poles helps us to address our key goals for rehabilitation. So if you just can see me in the camera here, it gives you balance because you got 4 points of contact. When you press on this ledge here, I'm going to talk to you a little bit later on, you're going to get core engagement. You can see when I press down on the ledge as well, it forces me into an upright posture. So I'm seated right now. So I'm going to show you better posture for seated and standing exercises as well as walking. And as I mentioned, all aspects of mobility, okay, speed, endurance, normalizing walking, enhancing larger movements. You know, we've heard a lot with programs like LSVT, PWR. It's all about enhancing larger movements for our clients who have issues with balance. And you're going to see those larger movements hopefully today through everything from both walking and doing the exercises. Okay, so basically what I did was, as an OT gerontologist, is I took the concept of Nordic walking and we looked at how do you develop something that is a little bit more safer and more effective for older adults. And that's where we came up with a new design in our activator poles. And it's primarily to do with the ledge. So I'm going to keep talking to you about this ledge. The ledge, it's an ergonomic shape. And basically it's this ledge that you're going to put a downward push on it. That's going to help out with the balance and the weight bearing, the core strengthening, enhancing larger movements and posture. So a lot of times people think it's through a tight grip. It's actually through a loose grip, but a downward push on that ledge, okay? And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we changed the locking system as well for older adults and increased weight bearing. Okay, so I've talked to you a lot about why I got really excited about using poles as a therapist for rehab, but I just want to talk about what our clients have told me over the years. As I mentioned, we've been doing this for the past 17 years in Canada and Europe. But what I want to talk to you about is what are the goals that people have told us that they have achieved from using walking poles. So I would say the primary goal that people talk about for older adults is that they feel more confident when they're walking or exercising. And of course, if you feel more confident doing walking, you're going to walk further and you're going to walk more frequently and you're going to be more active in your community and you're going to just enjoy it more. One of the primary concerns, as we know, for older adults is that they do have a fear of falling, which of course limits what they do both for exercise and walking. So it reduces less fear of walking. They've told us that they just feel invigorated, motivated, and inspired to be active. And I think we all have that challenge, particularly with older adults, to get them to do their home exercise program and adhere to that. You know, 3 times a week is kind of optimal, what the research shows. And sometimes those programs do get a bit, boring and repetitive. So the poles are another tool along with all these benefits. Plus, I'm going to show you a bit in terms of dance, how to inspire older adults to keep on exercising. It really allows a lot of people to be active outdoors, particularly we found during COVID, where a lot of them couldn't go to the gyms and community centers, but they can be outside. So they can be on walking paths and socializing. They've told us, and I will talk a little bit later on, compared to canes, crutches, and walkers, there's a much more positive self-image that does come along with using walking poles. A lot of older adults, because they feel more like athletes. Okay, so let me just quickly play this podcast. This is with Larry Guilford, who has Parkinson's. And here's just what he was following quite a bit. He runs a podcast both for Parkinson's Canada and the Michael J. Fox podcast. And here's what he just said about using the activator poles because he was falling quite frequently for within a few. Oops.
The activator poles should be called confidence poles.
I love that.
Because it really is for at least for me, it's what gives me the confidence to go into a crowd, to go through an airport, to go on a hike, to take a longer walk. Yeah. Like it gives me enough certainty to say yes. So thank you for making them.
Oh, well, thank you.
So I'm now just going to go to the basics. Like when I say Nordic walking, that's the generic term. It is a fitness activity. We've coined it as urban polling here in Canada and abroad. So you might be hearing me refer to that as well. It's basically your upper body doing a technique somewhat similar to cross-country skiing. Cross-country skiing is rated that has the highest cardiovascular workout. And your lower body is simply walking. So in its simplest terms, you're basically walking with specialized Nordic walking poles. So it really enhances cardio and strength training as well as balance. It does provide you with a full body workout. So let's just look at compared to walking alone. So walking alone works about 40% of your muscles, as you can see here. But when you use poles, you are now giving your client a tool that works up to 90% of their muscles. So you're providing them with a tool that provides them with a full body workout. And of course, the bonus with that is that you do burn 20 to 46% more calories than walking. There was just a new study that came out that showed that using walking poles actually gives you a better workout than some of the high intensity treatments that we do, as well as resistance training for cardiac rehab. So let me just show you what it looks like as the actual fitness activity, and then I'll show you later on how you modify it for your client. So I hope that gave you a bit of a visual. You can see it's a really fun activity. And actually, the poles actually push you forward as you press down that ledge. And that's one of the reasons why you get that increased gait speed. It's highly effective for core strengthening. So if I were to get you to just put I know you don't have poles, but if I were just get you to put your hands straight out and rest it on the table where your laptop is, or the back of your chair if you're in standing, just to get you mimicking as if you're pressing down on the ledge, as I'm just going to do right here. Okay, and Jenny, do you mind? I'm just going to pin myself if that's okay. Okay, so I'm here with I've got my hand out and I've got it rested on the ledge here. With every step, I'm actually going to do a downward push as I step forward on that ledge. So when I press down to that ledge, just like you are pressing down on the back of your chair or your desktop, what you should feel is a contraction happening in your abdominal muscles. So what it means is that for every step that I take, that I press down this ledge, I'm contracting my abdominals. And what it means is that if you were to get your client just to walk for 1 mile, that would equal 1,800 contractions of your abdominal muscles. So just a simple, easy way that while your client is walking, practicing and exercising, they're actually going to get that core strengthening happening as well. And it's really effective for shoulder movements as well. For example, if you just went for 1 mile, you get 900 shoulder movements. And we know that a lot of older adults have issues with their shoulders as well. So all these benefits do apply for exercise. So again, when I press down the ledge, if you look in the video here, I'm going to get a nice upright posture for seated exercises. When I press down, when I'm doing exercise, I'm going to get that additional core strengthening. I've got the balance here on both sides while I do seated exercises. And of course, that's going to increase the confidence to do larger movements, even in a seated position. So for example, I'll just show you just one here. If I just wanted a client to lean forward, if you can see me in the video, just leaning forward, look how much further I get if I have the poles in front, okay? Just provides that older adult with so much confidence to go so much further. And of course, just even things like going side to side. So again, I can reach way further out for shifting my weight in seated exercise, going side to side. Now, if we were to make this more into a dance movement where I was just swaying side to side, of course, that makes it much more fun. Putting in the dance kind of movement of just swaying back and forth actually kind of makes people go much further with their movement as well. Okay, but I'll show you more exercises later on. Of course, you got those 4 points of contact, particularly for the standing exercises. And you see these guys are weight shifting as well. So much more confidence to do standing exercises. Now, I know it's new for the US, but I just wanted to show you this slide that it is recognized by the World Confederation for Physical Therapy. You can see it here circled, both for strength and for balance. Okay, I'm quickly going to go through the research. As I mentioned earlier, 370 studies on PubMed. We actually have 18 independent studies happening on our activator poles internationally, the UK, Australia, Canada, Israel, and Ireland. So here's a study that found that comparing Nordic walking with other activities, it provided the best well-rounded benefits by improving upper body strength, cardiovascular endurance, and flexibility. And here is just for using it for balance exercises. And what they was a meta-analysis with 15 studies. And what they found is comparing it with a sedentary group, a walking group, and even a resistance training, the effect size show that Nordic walking improved dynamic balance and quality of life with greater effects. Now, if we put in dance, as Jenny mentioned earlier, dance, regardless of its style, can significantly improve muscular strength and endurance, balance, and other aspects of functional fitness in older adults. But I really think that dance really just enhances your older adults' enjoyment of the exercise as well. And here's a study. One of the most common questions that we get is, why did we develop the poles without a strap? So it comes with that ergonomic handle. And here's a study that was done by Dr. Knobloch in Germany. And what he found is that Nordic walking is safe. However, most injuries occur during a fall when the user is still attached to the pole through the strap. And the highest rate of injury is the skier thumb. And so while it might be safe for the general public, we know that our older adults are often at a greater risk in terms of falls. The other changes that we made is with a button lock system versus a turning lock system. The button lock system has a much higher weight bearing capacity. So particularly if you're using this for less active older adults or geriatric rehab, where you're putting a lot of weight onto the poles, you do want to make sure that the locking system is going to be secure. So we've done it so it's up to 200 pounds per pole. And we also did it with this bell-shaped tip that allows for a lot more stability, both for walking and for doing exercises. You can pull that off to use it on different terrain like sand or snow or beach walking. Okay, so now I'm going to talk to you about some exercises. So I'm just going to show you a few for seated, and then I'm going to show you more in standing. Okay, so for seated exercises, I just want to mention you do want to shorten the height of the pole. Okay, so I'm just going to bring my pole actually down to hole number 1 to its shortest height for seated exercises. Otherwise, of course, your shoulders are going to be too high up for a nice seated posture. Okay, so hopefully you can see me through the video here. And I've just got the poles at a nice position. I've got them just outside my feet. And you can see my shoulders are in a good position. And of course, one of the keys to be able to do exercise effectively with their clients is to ensure that they've got good posture. And I think we've seen many of our clients with very similar to my posture here with that kyphotic rounded back to begin with. And then again, by pushing down on that ledge, you can get them into that nice upright posture. And of course, that's better for deep breathing as well. And that happens continuously. So it's great in terms of, again, enhancing the larger movement because you've got that confidence. And I'm just going to bring myself out of here for just 1 second. And okay, so if I'm just going to come back here a bit, show you for some seated exercises. So as I mentioned earlier, if you're just doing the weight shifting, we're going to get people to sway more side to side. And we'll have them even look in that direction and incorporate head turns. Okay, if we're just doing simple marching, we can add in our arm swing. And we can make a lot of functional movements with using the poles as well. The poles help to make your exercises less abstract as well. It's a concrete tool. As you know, for a lot of older adults, as they age, it's harder to do more abstract thinking, but having the poles in their hands where they can feel it, they can hear it, that auditory cueing, they can see it, and it gives a proprioceptive cueing to where they are in space as well. So let's do a dance step with doing what we call stirring the pot with arm circles. And we can really lean forward, going side to side and back with the poles. Now, if I was to go now into a standing, I'm just going to increase the height of the pole so I can get into a nice standing posture. Okay, and again, first thing you're going to do is get your client up into that nice upright posture. And let's just have them for a basic step. We often get people to do weight shifting, but how about really incorporating sway in there? And along with music, let's really get them going back and forth, pushing out those hips and just enhancing that movement. Okay, one of the other steps that we commonly do, I'm just going to bring this back a little bit further, is we get our clients to step on one foot for balance. But how about we instead do the cha-cha with this movement? So we are going to get them to step up 1, step up 2, and step forward. So lift, lift forward. So cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. And let's do the other side. Cha-cha. Oh, sorry. And that would be cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. Backward stepping, which is, we're seeing a lot more in exercise programs. But let's do the Charleston instead, where we're stepping 2 steps forward and back, forward and back. That's it. So now we're doing the Charleston, but we're just incorporating forward and backward stepping. And you can see how the poles really provide a lot more balance. And I'm doing the upright posture. How about looking at side stepping? I call this one in, out, out. So in, out, and in, out. Now, what you can do to increase dual tasking and coordination is use the poles along with the step. So we go in, and out, and in, and out, in, and out, in, out. The Parkinson's Foundation talks about a lot of these concepts as well for their new guidelines for exercises for side stepping, backward stepping, and diagonal stepping. So we'll do a curtsy just to end this off. That's it, where we're doing backwards and diagonal stepping back. And those are just 4 examples of how you can turn dance steps and just your simple exercises like balancing on one foot, side stepping, or stepping back with using poles. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. This is another thing you can do. A lot of therapists will do this with their client. These guys are just basically taking the poles and they're each taking one side. They're going back and forward, or they're crossing over. And I really like doing these with the client because I find that you can really control the speed, the range that you do for arm swing, and for improving overall coordination. What I wanted to show you too is that doing a lot of these exercises really helps out with the most common age-related changes that increase falls risk. So if you want to really have a component of your exercise programs to do with falls, you can see that I talked about walking poles improving strength, balance, enhancing movement or flexibility, and overall endurance, and of course, ability and desire to walk. So it really addresses 5 out of the 6 components that increase falls risks. Okay, and just really quickly, I'll just show you what it looks like within, if you were to do this within a group setting. This is a senior living home. And I really like what you saw in there in terms of, you know, it showed one component was they were using it like kayaking. So there's just a lot of times that you can change the use of the pole so people can use imagery for doing more functional movements. Okay, now I'm just going to talk to you about how you can use the poles for gait retraining and for just normalizing walking and for balance. So here's a video of a woman who's got Parkinson's. And if you can just take a look at her walking pattern without and with the poles. So if I just stop it there, you can see that this woman has the classic gait movements associated with Parkinson. She's got 0 arm swing. She's looking down. She's taking very small strides, and she's walking flat-footed. Whereas, look at when she was using the pole. She's really enhanced her arm swing. She's got more confidence to actually be able to look up. That's going to help out with her balance. But look at the size of her leg stride compared to what she was doing. So again, so much of the premise of our rehab now, particularly with older adults and cognitive decline, is enhancing that movement. So they're taking larger movements. That arm swing is going to help them out with balance as well. And she's also walking at a faster speed. And of course, a lot of the research is showing we can get our clients to walk at a faster speed. That shows that they've got greater, independence. It's actually even related to mortality as well. So, sorry, one thing I want to mention in terms of how we change the technique, though, is that we've called it the activator technique. And in this one, you can see her elbow is at a 90-degree angle and the pole is now vertical. So that's the difference between doing the Nordic walking technique, is that in order to increase stability and balance, you should keep the pole vertical. And the way to achieve that is by bending your elbow at a 90-degree angle, okay? You actually do want to lift and plant that pole to that opposite foot. So it's the same movement as opposite arm and leg. Opposite arm and leg is the same movement as regular walking. But you just do want to lift that pole to that opposite foot to really ensure that you keep the poles vertical. And there are 2 research studies that have been done on the activator technique. And what they found is when you keep the pole vertical, you're going to allow the person to do more offloading onto the pole, and enhances offloading off their joints as well. So if they have painful hip and knee joints, you can take anywhere between 11 and 34% off their hip and knees. One of the reasons why we use it here as best practice for hip and knee post-surgery and hip and knee OA. And finally, I just want to talk to you that it's also used as an effective option to canes and to delay or reduce the use of walkers. So of course, the walker is an excellent tool for stability, but some of the challenges associated with it is that there is, again, no arm swing. That kyphotic posture is fostered. When you are leaning onto a walker, you disengage your core muscles, which, as we know, as rehab professionals, is key for transfers and ability to walk. You also walk at a slower pace, it's more cumbersome, and a lot of older adults say that there's a negative self-image associated with walkers. They often feel like they're declining, whereas we really want to have our older adults feel invigorated to exercise and to continue to mobilize. And you can see here as well, I've got Brad Pitt over here. You can see using the cane, you're leaning to one side, you're changing your arm swing, you're getting muscle imbalances, and you're changing your walking pattern. Whereas when you use poles, you've got a symmetrical way of walking that is much more functional and normal compared to these other ones. And I'm just going to quickly show you a lady here using the walker and using the activator poles. In terms, you can see posture and overall speed there as well. Okay, so I just want to mention though, if your client is a full-time walker user or they're heavily dependent on the cane, they absolutely need to seek the advice of a rehab professional or yourself to determine, to do an assessment, determine if the walking poles are appropriate, and also how to progress that person gradually onto the activator poles. Most therapists, I would say here in Canada, are using it as a way to delay or reduce it. And oftentimes it's not an either or situation. Lots of times the therapist may recommend that the person should continue to use their walker or their cane as their primary walking tool, but perhaps there's an opportunity for them to still use poles for daily walking or doing an exercise program to still enhance those functional movements. So in summary, we've got 1 minute to go here. So in summary, before we leave time for Q&A, I talked to you about the benefits of using walking poles dance, of course, music to enhance your seated and standing exercises, and of course, using the activator poles to enhance gait. So I just want to mention, we did come up with a couple coupon codes. If you want to get our activator pole at 20%, $20 off, you can use the coupon code Geriatric Summit at our website, urbanpolling.com, or we do have our activator course that is online, and we do live virtual. It is CE approved by 45 physical therapy state boards, Functional Aging Institute, American College of Sports Medicine, and if you use the coupon code Geriatric Summit 100, you can have $100 off. Okay, and I believe there is a handout as well that is coming with my summit, and I just wanted to leave it open to see if there are any questions or comments.
All right. Thank you so much, Mandy. I really love your voice. It's so soft and relaxing. So thank you. We'll learn a lot. So if we can see on the chat, not everybody are familiar. Some are familiar and they're using on it. So that's really good. This is really an eye-opening for everybody. So one question from Juanita, which is driving. She just says that if she can have a short video that she can share to a patient, I think former patient, because she might like this. So I think one of the video there with the walker, and maybe the one that is a nice short video for that. And also the activator 1 and 2, is it the main difference is that the 2 is collapsible and for older people, or taller people?
Oh, yes. Okay. So for the, yes, we do have an activator 2 pole that is right here. And it's a 3-sectional pole, and it is for clients who are over 6 feet, because the activator pole just goes to 6 feet. This one actually goes to for someone who's 6 feet 4 inches, and the collapse is much shorter as well for travel. So if you've got clients who want to use the pole a lot for traveling or just around their community or on trips, it does collapse a much shorter than the activator pole.
All right. Yeah. And also, how about, finally, how do those with back pain and surgeries do with this? So how do they usually use it or modify if they have back pain or post surgeries? Is it okay to use?
For sure. So if for back pain, it's used a lot because you're getting that core strengthening. You do want to use them on a gradual basis, because just remember, you are using 90% of your muscles. A lot of your core muscles that maybe some of your older adults aren't currently using. So I always do slow and steady. I always say start off 30% of your clients' maximum walking time and gradually build up. So that just gets their upper body more conditioned and more used to it. So I would say that do that for clients who have back pain. For pre and post, for post hip and knee surgery, it's anywhere from, week 1 to week 6 that they are using it. And I would say do the assessment first to determine if the client is safe on using walking poles before you switch them off. And, of course, teaching that proper technique. In terms of videos on our website, if you go under Getting Started, there are 2 videos on how to set up the poles, how to adjust them, and how to do the technique. Jenny, can I just see, I just noticed here someone said too, like, how are these different from hiking? So I just want to mention that there's quite a bit of difference.
Sure.
In a hiking pole, it comes with a strap. So as I mentioned earlier, the research shows that the strap is related to the highest rate of injury. So we developed instead this ledge that people can really press down on for the balance and for the posture and the core strengthening. And you can see that you can push down this ledge as much as you want because it's built ergonomically. And my wrist is going to stay in a functional position so that it doesn't cause strain and put you at risk for repetitive strain injury. And as well too, just make sure that if you as I mentioned earlier, with the hiking pole, it often has a turning lock system, which I found a lot of older adults can't secure, or a flip lock that's harder. And we did it instead with a button lock system, which really holds the pole in place, particularly if you're using it instead of canes or to delay the use of walkers. It's secure, and that will hold up to 200 pounds. And then, of course, it just has a larger bell-shaped tip on it as well. The difference between this and a Nordic walking is that Nordic walking comes with this boot-shaped tip, which you can put on the activator pole as well. But if you want to do the fitness activity of Nordic walking, you do need this boot-shaped tip, okay? And our urban poles are sort of more consistent with a Nordic walking. But you're just going to get a lot more of those research benefits if you're using good quality equipment.
Nice. And I think Norlisa as well, she's my colleague as well and a co-worker in the financial education we have. She is also asking how much is what the range of the activator poles. So especially when they will have, the pricing.
Yeah. So that's a great question. I just want to mention, as a professional, as a rehab professional or a fitness professional, we do provide the poles at professional pricing or wholesale pricing. So it's actually under it is significant savings. But if your client were to buy it from our website or from Amazon, it's around $114 to $139 for the activator 2 poles. We're from $114 to $139.
Okay, so if they have a group of clients, at least what's the minimum for them to have a rate that is like group rate for the activator poles? Is it at least 3, 5? Because I know the shipping is also expensive. It's coming from, you have it in US, but I know it's coming from Canada too. I remember when we had the activator, it came from Canada.
Yeah, we do have all our distributors now. Anyone who buys now does get it from the US. So it usually only takes about 3 to 5 days. I think you started off when we first before we even launched to the US. But actually, our US distributors will provide the wholesale or professional pricing just for 1 pair. Now there will be shipping on top of that, but so that wholesale. So if you're interested, what I did was I just put in Deanna Oliver's email address, or it's spelled as if it's Diana at urbanpulling.com. So if you're interested in wholesale or professional pricing, you can just call us, or you can just email at info@, or you can go directly to Deanna at urbanpulling.com, and we'll connect you with a US distributor. So yeah, I mean, it's just such an economical, we tried to make it such an economical tool that a rehab professional can bring it into their professional services and see changes right away in terms of doing exercises. A lot of them will keep it in their trunk of their community-based therapists, and they can do seated and standing exercises, enhance those movements, and they can also do gait retraining with their clients. And then if you want to refer them, you can just direct them to our website, or some of the clinics also start up programs themselves, or and some of them also retail it too.
Yes. So how about, what's your comment on Mandy? If I know, I think, what's her name here? Ronife is asking, is it 2 Nordic poles needed? So when you buy the activator poles, it's always a pair. But when some other clients will use only 1 to replace their own cane, is it okay? Or what's your comment and benefits?
I mean, a lot of we have a lot of stroke clients just starting off with 1, particularly if they don't have a lot of functional movement. And I think even with 1, you can raise the height higher. Your wrist is now going to be more in a neutral position, and you are going to get some balance. So, but However, and so absolutely, I think there's some benefits from using one, but if you look at that research, like 370 studies, the symmetrical movement comes from using two poles. So you'll just get a lot more benefits for your client in terms of, you know, that cardiovascular, offloading on both hips and knees, if you use two poles. But if your client occasionally wants to use one pole, I think they'll get some benefits from that as well.
Yeah, I think it
Great
depends on their
questions.
goals, right, Mandy? It depends on their goals. I have this activator pole. February, my husband had an accident, and then he doesn't want, and he has a walker. So he doesn't like to use the walker, knowing that it looks like bulky, and then position, he's a man, he has a walker. So he just want to offload the hip joint from his back pain. So he just used the activator pole. So he still feels like masculine, you know? So as what
Yeah.
you've said, confidence pole, right? So it depends on
Yeah,
their goal.
absolutely.
But I
Yeah, I mean,
agree with
yeah, I think
the
right now,
bilateral.
you know, I think for a lot of boomers and people, you know, even their 50s and 60s, they don't want to be seen using a cane yet. And then for a lot of older adults, doesn't matter how old they are. I mean, I remember my dad was in his late 80s and he said, oh, I can't be seen using a cane or walker. So, you know, it still has that negative and it does, you know, the on the negative side, the challenges, it does promote a lot of dysfunctional gait strategies for our clients.
All right, let me see. Thank you, Mandy. I am just reading here. Ralph said, is there any specific measurements for pole activator?
Oh, okay. I honestly, the simplest thing is to take your elbows, put them at 90 degrees, and then you just measure the height. You just, you know, put them in the button according to that height that allows your client to keep their elbows at 90 degrees. You know, if that's like, I only taught you guys the activator technique. That's for balance. But if you were to do the actual fitness technique, your elbow is actually straight and the pole's on a diagonal. So that's kind of what we would go through doing the courses, that we would teach both techniques, because for some of your clients who are more active, or they're in their early stages of Parkinson's, or they have a mild stroke, the fitness technique of Nordic walking or urban poling will actually be more effective, because you can see I'm even getting a greater arm swing. Look at my leg stride, and I'm getting more of a workout. So again, too, if you wanted your client, if your primary goal was for them to lose weight, they have diabetes, and they didn't have balance issues, you actually may want them to do the fitness activity if balance isn't your primary concern. So there's different techniques that you would use depending on like you said, what are the needs of your clients?
Yeah. So Ronife is asking, any future courses or webinars that you can offer, or projects that we can ask them so they can watch again and learn more about it, or
yeah,
any
so
other resources?
Oh, well, thanks for asking. We do have, we do have specialized courses on Parkinson's and older adults. We just finished them last week. So if you come to our website under education, we will be running those again. But we have a generic activator online course that is 4 hours that you can take anytime, and you can use that coupon code Geriatric Summit 100 to get $100 off that one, and it comes with a pair of the activator poles. So I would say, you know, send us a line at info@urbanpoling.com, or my email address is Mandy with the Y @urbanpoling, and I'll let you know when we have an upcoming live virtual course to do with specifically to do with older adults, Parkinson's, or just a general activator course.
Yes. So guys, in the Balance and Fall support group in Aging Adults in Facebook, and also try to subscribe in Urban Polling. Mandy, try to put your website or any Urban Polling website you have in the chat. If you subscribe, guys, they will send you an emails and you will be updated on their frequent webinars. They have a majority every month. They have at least 2 webinars, falls prevention and imbalance and falls. I always post it there. In 1 month, I have posted like twice. Fall prevention, balance improvement or management, and they are all free because it's a webinar. It's more educational. But if you want to have like a course, like to improve your and be more on certified in activator or activity therapist, I think that will be a different thing. And you can pay a minimal course fee for that. So Mandy, just put your details, especially Diana, unless you guys will show again the picture of the, so you can screenshot the
Oh,
picture.
okay, sure. And I just want to mention, we do have a webinar coming up too in August. It's called Rethink Canes, Crutches, and Walkers. And it is a free webinar. We've got amazing guest speakers like Dr. Becky Farley, John Hisimoto, who was recognized by Physical Therapy Magazine as one of the top USA orthopedic and sports medicine therapists. And we will be talking both for neuro and orthopedic conditions. But here's that screenshot again for getting professional pricing. Again, Diana or info at Urban Polling. And there's our coupon codes as well.
All right, that's good. Mandy, the spelling of geriatric, is wrong.
Is
Maybe
wrong?
if they if they put geriatric, it will not come true. I'm just teasing you.
My goodness. I'm sorry. Okay,
So, yeah.
why don't
So we
you
will use
spell
the
it
right spelling?
correctly? Yes, you do need to spell it correctly.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. All right. We know that.
Okay.
And then so guys, check all the website, and then definitely this is really amazing additional for your skill set, knowing how to use activator polls. And I use this and informed my clients too. You will know when you will use it when you attended some course and add more knowledge. So that's good to know. And subscribe so you will see that. I think that's August 10 something. It pops up on my email.
August 17.
17. Yeah, that's August 17. And I'm not sure, you have another one with the different providers with introducing urban polling and also the different walkers for Parkinson's disease. So that's the one with the other. So there's a lot of things to look forward. Thank you so much, Mandy.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care, everyone,
You
and
are
enjoy the rest of the
welcome.
conference.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Let me see here. So that's Mandy Shintani. All right. She is from Canada. So what time is it now in Canada? So
It's earlier. It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Nighttime, right? So we are 9 o'clock here. All right. So here we are. So thank you so much, Mandy. And Mon, can you share to us our next what you call it, video for the Global Geriatric Rehab Summit Gold sponsor. And we really appreciate our sponsors assisting us. So we have Neuro Rehab and Hello Note. Thank you.
HelloNote is a truly therapist-friendly practice management solution with integrated EMR that will enhance workflow, efficiency, and patient care. Simply select the patient you want. To edit, click here. Then save. Scheduling is easy. View and schedule your patients. Modify schedules by dragging and dropping. Our system tracks co-payments, notes that are due, expired authorizations, and more. Document the perfect note with our NoteFlow system. Easily write evaluation, progress, reevaluation, and discharge notes. When creating a note, you just have to click here. You can save a note as a draft to work on it at a later time. You can also copy-paste on the notes, which is a time-saving feature. HelloNote reduces error and allows you to spend more time with your patients. It comes integrated with billing, claims are generated once a note is completed. You can bill with one click and a patient portal, which streamlines the patient intake process. Beautifully engineered and cloud-based for easy accessibility, the software works on all platforms. You can access patient records from anywhere. We also offer 24/7 support. HelloNote is the practice management solution that you're looking for.
All right. So Hello Note is with the CEO and founder, Steven Gluck, and he's based in New York or New Jersey here in US. And you can use this as your EMR if you're doing your wellness program or a Medicare be like home geriatric house calls, you know. So if you want to have and want to look forward to that kind of route, connect with him, and I can just connect with me and I will relay it to Steven. So he's the CEO and co-founder of Hello Note. Thank you so much. And we will hear more about another gold sponsor, Neuro Rehab. VR is a virtual reality, and they will be the speaker for tomorrow, and this is the CEO and founder, Vina Somareddy. Thanks, Mon. So Chris Vasquez will be our speaker for tomorrow morning, and he will discuss about virtual reality in management in adult and aging rehab, you know. So these are all new innovation. So this is amazing. So we would like to learn more about it. All right. So our next speaker will be, let me see and share my screen. All right. We're down with 2 speakers. All right, so our next speaker will be Dr. Joel Jan de la Merced. So he is based in Philippines. Dr. de la Merced was appointed as TR and CATS developer in the new for caregiving and national and regional lead trainer in TESDA. And if you can see all his certifications, amazing. He's a doctor of, and he's a nurse, but he did some master in science in nursing, registered nursing, and he's also a certified dementia care practitioner. He is, if you can see a lot, and I can't even know the FRIN and the FRIEDR. So he's a practical guide he did and some books and research books and co-authored How to Write and Publish Your Dissertation, a practical guide for students and teachers and research methodology. Currently, his advocacy for providing exceptional care to the elderly is profound, and being founding president of the Geriatric Carers Guild Incorporation. So he's also affiliated with different international and local organizations. In Philippines, he's affiliated in IFDC, the International Federation for Dementia Care, where we also work there for dementia certification. And in UK, in Association of Healthcare Trainers. That's amazing, Dr. Joel. And also in Philippines, Philippine Heart Association for the BLS program, and American College of Surgeons for Bleeding Control program. So if you can see also in sports and kinesiology, Dr. John de la Merced is amazing nurse and now a doctor in different jack of all trades. So he will going to discuss to us the arts and science of dementia. All right, so let me highlight Dr. Oh, you're here, Dr. de la Merced. That's amazing. Reading all of those. That's amazing. Okay, I'll pin you now. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mom Jenny, Dr. Jenny, for a very warming introduction. Okay, so it is a pleasure to be part of this prestige summit about geriatric rehab, wherein it's our one of our purpose as a founding president for Geriatric Carers Guild is to provide a holistic approach, not only for carers, but also for the different um, walk of medical team then. Okay, so let me share with you my presentation. Okay, so am I allowed to start, Dr. Jenny?
Yes, yes, Dr. Joel.
Thank you.
And
Can you
you're a
see the
co-host.
slide?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you
Beautiful.
very much. So I believe that dementia is not a part of aging process, but being a carer, you should be aware of the manner on how to take care, the manner on how to handle people with dementia. It is very essential for us to know this. It is because, yes, we have goal to our geriatric patient, okay, especially for people with dementia, but we need to understand also on the manner and how we meet this goal by means of the right care, okay, and also I'll be providing tips later on this presentation, okay. So before I start with the thorough discussion, let me define first what is dementia. Remember, dementia is a syndrome in which usually a chronic progressive disorder. Okay, remember that it leads the deterioration in cognitive functions, typically the ability to process thoughts. Remember, beyond what might be expected and from usual consequences of biological aging process, it affects memory, thinking, orientation, comprehension, calculation, learning capacity, language, and judgment. Remember that consciousness is not affected. The impairment in the cognitive functions is commonly accompanied and occasionally preceded by change of mood, emotional control, behavioral, and motivation state. Earlier, one of our guest speaker also mentioned about Parkinson's disease. Remember, that dementia is an umbrella term wherein there are different types of dementia. The most common types of dementia is your AD, which is your Alzheimer's disease. Other theme here, vascular disease, Parkinson's disease then. So these are different types or examples of dementia then. Remember, in order for us to help our patient to recover for their activity of daily living and to help them out, we need to understand first the root cause. Because different types of dementia has a different types of manner on how to handle this. But in general, let me help you out, understand what is dementia and how to provide dementia care to our patient then. Okay, so dementia, what do we mean by dementia? Dementia, if you know some of this, there might be experiencing. As I mentioned, this is not part of the aging process. Yes, as we are getting older, there is a deterioration of our functions and in our anatomy then. So what does it mean? Is it avoidable or unavoidable? No. It is a syndrome wherein it affects our brain, the plaques and tangles that affects our brain about the functions then. So it depends on the situation, depends on the type of dementia then. So you might see there is a cognitive and sensory changes for our people with dementia. There is a memory loss, generally noticed by near or there is one. Most recent memory, there are problems then. There is a difficulties in communication, especially finding the right words to communicate. That's the reason why when you are giving instruction to people with dementia, you need to provide simple, okay, short word. As much as possible, if you're instructing to feed your patient, guys, it's better to say in one word. Eat is an example of a simple word, an instruction that you can help your patient with dementia on how to recover from their activity of daily livings. Reduce the ability to recognize, plan, reason, or solve problems. Remember, as a care provider in different types of our team, then in different medical professionals, when we are providing care for people with dementia, we don't want to provide an environment which is not typical to them. Okay, and that is very essential. Because there is a confusion and disorientation. Simple tasks is very essential because there are problems in terms of handling difficult or complex tasks. Okay, sometimes they're experiencing agnosia, wherein unable to identify objects or person. Yes, be mindful the tasks that you're providing to people with dementia then, because sometimes they cannot identify an object, even though that is at the toothbrush, they can consider, or a razor, they can consider this as a toothbrush. People with dementia are experiencing depression, anxiety, and hallucinations then. Sometimes, yes, more oftenly, they're experiencing mood swings. Most recent memory were lost. So these are examples. So how do we take care for such then? It is very important for us to identify the fundamental effective foundations of how we use this effective for people with dementia. Dementia care and the way is delivered is constantly changing. It doesn't mean that when you provide the care right now, it is also applicable next. Remember, it is progressive. As of the moment, there are no cure yet, but there are some study that they may lessen the progression of dementia. For many decades, people were expected to fit in with the routines and practices that health and social services felt were most appropriate in. Remember that these days, many memory care providers are guided by philosophical and person-centered care. Sometimes remember that caring for people with dementia means we must understand that she or he does not see the world the same with us. What we see normally can be confusing and threatening. We must enter their reality as they cannot confront to ours. We have to change because they cannot. And that is very essential. What do we mean by patient-centered or person-centered care? Remember, person-centered care is about more than actual service or care provided. It is about the way professionals think about care and the relationship with the patient. Quality dementia care begins with a strong foundation of principle and practice rooted in a person-centered care. I believe I heard there was a saying on the director of Reflection Memory Program, Carrie Wilson. She said, even though the person is affected by dementia, there's still a human being there, a person looking for and needing love, compassion, connection, joy, intellectual stimulation, physical movement, and spiritual fulfillment. Remember that there are different stages of dementia. And then we need to focus according to the status of your patient. As I mentioned, the one that you provided earlier sometimes is not applicable anymore. When you're about to transfer your patient from wheelchair to bed or bed to wheelchair, early morning, she's okay. But unfortunately, after eating or after a few hours, she's not okay anymore. Most often, you need to reevaluate your patient because remember that dementia is progressive. We need to tailor fit the care to our patient according to their stages, according to their types of dementia. Then I'll give you 10 tips on communicating, on how to communicate with people with dementia. Remember that we are born knowing, we're not born of knowing how to communicate with persons with dementia. I believe here in the Philippines, they mentioned this is part of the aging process. Even nurses, there are some lapses on how they will determine that the dementia is not part of the aging process, nor a disease, but is a syndrome. Remember that in a layman's term, you should know how to understand it. Here in the Philippines, let me quote, maulyanin. People tend to forget something. And then in the community, they will see that this is part of the aging process because of the deterioration of our functions and also with our anatomy structure of our brain then. But we can learn. Remember that improving your communication skills will help make the care partners, care providers to be less stressful and will likely improve the quality about your relationship and also with your loved ones. Good communication skills will also enhance your ability to handle the difficult behavior that you might encounter with people with dementia. Let's start with set a positive mood interactions. Yes, your attitude and body language communicate your feelings and thoughts more strong than your words do. Yes, as we believe that action speaks louder than words then. Set a positive mood by speaking to your loved ones in a pleasant and respectful manner. Do not raise your voice because your patient cannot hear you. No. There are other means on how to instruct your patients about your therapy then by tapping their shoulders. It means you are communicating with them. Put a smile on it. Remember that in the medical field, there are identifiers on how there are means on how do we identify our patient, especially, for example, we are giving medications. We are asking their names and birthday by verifying also with their response. But this is not true with people with cognitive and behavioral problems. We do not ask their name. We state their names. Because when we ask their names, there are problems or opportunities that they may encounter, such as, oh, do you really know me then? Because remember, people with dementia, sometimes they're having, especially for Alzheimer's disease, they have problems in the most recent memories then. Remember that get the attention, a person's attention span. How? You need to limit distractions and noise. When you're providing therapy to your patient, make sure that the therapy is conducive to your patient. There are less distraction or less noise, such as turn off your TVs, radios, close the curtains, or shut down the doors, or move the quieter surrounding them. Before speaking, make sure that you have their attentions addressed by their names. Identify yourself, your relationship, or your profession when you're giving care to your patient. Next, state your message clearly. I mentioned earlier that you need to use simple words or sentences. Speak slowly, and that is very essential. Because there are problems in terms of understanding the words about the cognitive. So make sure that you are utilizing a simple word. Do not provide complex sentences or paragraph when you're giving instruction. A simple word may do. Walk, sit. That is a complete sentence for them. That it doesn't require a thorough understanding. Remember that if she is seated, get down to her level. You need to maintain eye-to-eye connections. Not your patient who are they raise their head and then they're the one who will be looking at you then when you are communicating. No, you put yourselves, guys, on the level of your patient. Another thing here is ask simple and answerable question. Ask one questions at a time. Sometimes those with yes or no answers are work best. Are you feeling pain? Remember that when you're performing therapy to your patient, do not associate this with pain. Why? It is because more often they will not communicate with you, or they will not participate this. Because when you are performing a certain physiotherapy to your patient, unfortunately, and this is associated with pain, they will avoid such situation. So sometimes refrain from asking open-ended questions or giving too many choices. For example, would you like to wear your white shirts or your blue shirts? It's better to show that there are few choices, not a lot of choices then. Listen with your ears, eyes, and heart. Be patient in waiting for your loved ones reflect. It is very essential not to what? To rush them on how they will reply for something. If she struggle for an answer, it's okay to suggest words. Remember that they cannot find a word which are appropriate because they don't know what is the word then. Watch for non-verbal cues. If they're experiencing pain, you will see a guarding behavior. Guarding behavior in a particular part. Remember, break down activities into a series of steps. Do not provide an intensive activity for them. Little by little, step by step. It's very essential in order for us to complete what is our goal. Focus on the person, not on the task. Remember the thing. If your patient don't want to perform the activity, you need to focus on the person. You stop. Or else, sooner or later, every time you approach your patient, they will think that you will do harm to them. They will avoid you. Do not what? Do not force them to perform the task. It is because, remember, it may result to agitation. It may result to conflict. And that is very essential to know. You need to encourage loved ones to do what they can do. Gently remind him or about the steps he tend to forget and assist them with the steps no longer able to accomplish. And that is very essential. On the next issue, what I would like to emphasize is when the going gets tough, distract, and redirect. What does it mean? If your loved one becomes what? Upset or agitated, try to change the subject or the environment. Yes, I believe that there will be a portion of about the rehabilitation or the home care. What if the patient would like to go home? Because the mother would like to see her young ones, a baby one. Remember that knowing the person's history and also the background gives you an idea on the understanding of your patient. A 96 years old would like to go out from the rehabilitation or from the home care or the facility and would like to see and talk to her child, the baby. You remember that she is 96 years old, and that is not true for a 96-year-old who are having a baby then. Okay, so by knowing the family history, you're able to identify the name. So it means, okay, you mentioned, are you pertaining to Carol? Yes. How do you know her? So it means you already knew the history of your patient, so you provide connections right away. So in that situation, when you're providing connections, you're able to distract and redirect. The person involved would like to see and hear her baby then. But unfortunately, he's not allowed to go out because of the what? Chances of wandering then. Later on, I'll be giving you examples of how to handle these behavioral problems. But nevertheless, let me go back to this. How to redirect? You may ask, let's go on a quiet room. Let us go to your room. Remember, photo album is very essential. Because remember, the most recent memories are affected. That the back memories are still stored. You are triggering the back memories in terms of their what? Happy memories. Unwanted memories. So you may use a phone that they can talk with. So you distracted and redirected the patients then. Response with affections and reassurance. People with dementia often feel confused, anxious, and unsure of themselves. Further, they often get reality confusions and may recall things that they never occurred. Remember, avoid trying to convince them that they are wrong because there's something wrong. Do not force. They stay focused on the feeling they are demonstrating, which might be real or not then. Remember that the good all things. How to remember this? Remember that the past is often as a soothing and affirming activities. For those people with dementia, remember, for example, an athletic one. If you see a person who is athletic before, so that is her or his interest, how to communicate right away? By identifying their interests, you're able to provide a starting connection. For example, an athletic patient. So more oftenly, that person is engaged on activities like exercises. So by providing exercises, you are what? Triggering their wants. Okay? And that is very essential. This is their old things. Remember that avoid asking questions that really relies on the short-term memories, such as asking the person about their lunch. Okay, try asking general question about their person's season past. It's very essential. Lastly, is maintain your sense of humor. Use humor whenever possible. Thoughts that are person's expenses. People with dementia tends to retain their social skills and usually delightful to laugh about you then. So sometimes when I'm handling up, because I'm also a PDN or private duty nurse who is infusing a drug for patient who experiences stroke then, or people cerebralizing. Okay, so in that situation, this drug help not only for the stroke patient but also for people with dementia. So I usually notice that there every time, okay, I came in their house to inject the medications, they're associating this to pain. So it means every moment that when that person see me, he will he or that person will anticipate that I'll be doing pain on her. Okay, in that situation, what I would like to emphasize here is you need to divert. Okay, you need to ask questions. You need to establish rapport then, asking what their interests are, and then you may start. That is how you maintain your sense of humor. Remember that it is so hard for us to see the struggle with disease. It's like you're disappearing slowly and there's nothing that we can do about it. Because remember that dementia is progression. And it's unavoidable. We are just waiting for the death. And that is true. What I would like to emphasize here is how will we handle such then? Handling troubles, behaviors are very essential for care providers. When you're doing your therapy then, or what are the things that you need to focus on? Some of the greatest challenges of cares for loved one guys with people with dementia is their personality and behavioral changes. So these are more oftenly occurs to them. You can best meet these challenges by using creativity, flexibility, patience, and compassion. Remember, it has also helped us to take things personal and maintain ourselves sense of humor. So how do we handle these different types of behavior? Let me give you an example, which are okay. First thing foremost, before I provide the examples, then you may start with to consider the ground rules. Remember that we cannot change the person. Remember the thing. The person you're caring for has a brain disorder that shapes who has become. Remember, when you try to control or change their behavior, you most likely be unuseful or be met the resistance. Try to accommodate the behavior, not to control the behavior. Another thing here is check with the doctors first. What do we mean by this? Behavioral problem may have an underlying cause or medical reasons. Perhaps the person is experiencing pain. What else? Adverse side effects on the medication. In some cases, like there is an incontinence or hallucinations then. There may be some medications or treatment that can assist about managing this problem. Next, behavior has a purpose. What does it mean? People with dementia typically cannot tell us what they want and what or needs them. They might do something like take all the clothes out of their closets or daily basis when wondering why. It is very more likely that the person's is fulfilling a need to visit things and be productive. Remember that their behavior is being triggered by something. Yes, it is important for us to understand that all behavior is triggered by some situation. It occurs for reasons. More often, your patient don't want to participate in your therapy. It is because of the setup. It might be the environment is triggering what we call past experiences then. It might be there's something a person did or or said that the trigger a behavior, or it could be change the physical environment. As I mentioned earlier, what works today may not tomorrow. And that is very essential to know. The multiple factors that influence troubling behavior are the natural progressions. Dementia is progressive. Remember, it is a disease process that progresses throughout their ages. The only solution that are effective today may not be modified tomorrow or may no longer work at all. So you need to reassess. Because remember, when you notice on the therapy that you are providing onto your patient, but all of a sudden, she's not performing anymore or she don't want to, you might refer for reassessment. Their supervisor to the doctor involved for the assessment of our patient's then. And that is very essential. So how do we handle such behavior? So these are the most common, dementia-associated behavior. Yes, wandering. People with dementia walk seemingly aimlessly for a variety of reasons, such as boredom, medication side effects, or to look for something or someone. Remember that they also may be trying to fulfill a physical needs, thirst, hunger, a need to use the toilet or exercise. Discovering the trigger for wandering are not always easy, but they can provide insight to dealing with the behavior. Remember the example that I mentioned earlier, that the person would like to go out from the facility then. You need to probe. You need to investigate. Remember, by asking series of questions, a direct question based on the sentence or the statement of the patient is very essential for us to know what is how this patient, guys, what is the reason rather why she would like to go out from the facility then. How will I handle this? Make time for regular exercises to minimize restlessness. Consider installing new locks that requires a key, or position locks high or low on the door then. Sometimes we are trying barriers like curtains or colored streamers to mask the door. A stop sign or do not enter sign also may help. Sometimes consider installing a home security system or monitoring system designed to keep watch over someone with dementia. And that is how you handle this wandering. Or sometimes you may tell the neighbors about relatives' wandering behavior and make sure that they have your phone numbers. And that is very essential. Put away essentials such as the confused person's coat, purse, or glasses. Another thing that during the intervention or the therapy, they might experience incontinence. It is the loss of bladder or bowel control occurs in dementia progressions. Some accidents results from environmental factors. What else? For example, some cannot remember where the bathroom is located, or they can get out from time to time. If an accident occurs, you may understand and reassured will help the person maintain dignity and minimize embarrassment. Yes, and that is common. How to help for this incontinence? You need to establish a routine for use of the toilet. Try reminding the person or assisting her to do the bathroom every 2 hours. Schedule a fluid intake to ensure that the confused person does not become dehydrated. Use signs, communication boards, illustrations to indicate which door leads to the bathroom. A commode obtained at any medical supply stores, or you may use an incontinence pad product that can be purchased in anywhere, pharmacy or supermarket. Use to what? Use easy to remove clothing with elastic waistband. And that is very essential. Another thing here is agitation. Unfortunately, agitation refers to a range of behavior associated with dementia, including irritability, sleeplessness, and verbal physical agitation. Often these types of behavior problems, programs, or stages depends on the stages of dementia. From mild to moderate to severe, agitation may be triggered by a variety of things, including environmental factors, fear, fatigue. Most of agitation is triggered when the person experiences control being taken from him or her. How do we help for such agitations then? Remember to reduce noise, clutter, number of person in the room then. Reduce caffeine intakes, sugar, food that causes spikes in energy. On the therapy, in order for us, for a persons with dementia, try to use your gentle touch, soothing music, reading or walking to a, what else? Speak in a reassured voice. Do not try to restrain the person during the period of agitation, or it may worse the situation then. Keep danger objects out of reach and allow the person to do as much as they would like to. Support his independence and the ability to take care of himself. Another thing here, yes, I still remember about my my lola or my grandmother told me, same all over questions every now and then. Remember that this is their reasons, sharing of wisdom. You will hear multiple the same story from your patient. You need to listen because this is the time that you are connecting with them. So there is a repetitive speech or action, perseveration. Remember that people with dementia often repeat a word, statement, question, activities over and over. While this type of behavior is usually harmless for the person with dementia, it can be annoying and stressful for carers, caregivers, part of the healthcare team then. Sometimes the behavior is triggered by anxiety, boredom, fear, or environmental factors. How will I handle such then? Provide plenty of reassured and comfort both in word and touch then. Try to distract with snacks or activities. Remember, small frequent meal is very essential because remember, providing large amount of food may trigger something like constipation. Because as we know that elderlies, they have problems in terms of the what? Their peristalsis. Okay, there is also diminish of sense of thirst and sense of thirst because of the what? Diminished production of saliva. Avoid reminding that they are just asking the same question. Try ignore about this behavior question. Instead, by reinforcing the person into an activities such as singing or helping you, they would like to. Okay, and that is very essential. Another thing here is being paranoia. Seeing a loved ones suddenly become suspicious, jealous, or unsettling. Remember, what the person is experiencing is very real to them. It is best not to argue on this regard. This is what? It's a part of the dementia. Try not to take it personally. Remember, if the confused person suspected money is missing, allow her to keep small amount of money in a pocket, handbag for easy inspection. What else? Take time to explain other family members and home helpers, carers about the suspicious accusations. It's a part of the dementia illness. How will I help this? Try nonverbal reassurance like a gentle touch or hug. Respond to the feeling behind the accusations and also to reassure the person that you might try to say, I see there's a frightening you. Stay with me. I won't let anything happen to you. And lastly, yes, sleepless or sundowning. Breathless, agitation, disorientation, and other trouble behavior in people with dementia oftenly get worse. It's by day to day and sometimes continue throughout the night. Experts believe that the behavior commonly caused by sundowning. It is caused by a combination of factors such as exhaustion from the day's event. What else? Changes in the person's behavior or biological clock that confuse the day and night. How will I help for such situation? Remember, increase the day activities, particularly physical activities then. Discourage inactivities and napping during the day. Yes, unfortunately, elderlies are fond of napping in the afternoon, but unfortunately at night they're awake. What else? Watch out for the dairies, such as sugar, caffeine, or some types of junk foods. Eliminate or restrain this type of food and beverages to early at the day then. What else? You may plan for the afternoon or evening hours to be quiet and calm. Turning on the lights will before sunset and closing the curtains, and thus will minimize shadows. And that is very essential. Remember, the dementia patient is not giving you a hard time. The dementia patient is having a hard time. By understanding their behavior, their status, the stages of development, about the progressions of dementia, you were able to provide a good therapy to your patient then. There is a key concept here about dementia. What I would like to emphasize here is maintaining support. Generally accept the best practices in dementia care. How? proactively approach. A few minutes of pro-actions can eliminate hours of reactions then. What else? Focus on supporting remaining abilities. That's the reason why we need to look for what? Their wants. They're more oftenly activities that they would like to do every day then. Life story is very essential. Everyone has a life story that they need to be honored and respected. The story is the essence of each person should be documented over the life. That's the reason why photo albums, guys, are very essential when you are at what? In home care. They keep memories. Memories that are very essential, that they treasured. What else? Validate approach, focus on empathy, and then understanding. Based on the general principles of validation, the acceptance of the reality, and the person's truth of a person experience, no matter how confusing it is. Remember to reorient, not reorient. Best practice in the dementia care, do not correct or try to reorient the person. Required staff shift about the care philosophy. What time is my mother coming in? So lastly is redirecting. As I mentioned, direct and divert is very essential. Distract and redirect to minimize, avoid outbursts of their challenging behavior. Redirect the gentle distraction by suggesting what? A desired activities. Knowing the person's history is very essential. So let me end this presentation on dementia does not rob someone of their dignities. It's our reactions to them that does. Sadly, remember, there are countless ways we rob people who live with dementia of their dignities. There are some examples based on my personal experience, calling them by their what? Pet names instead of their names, treating them like they're little more than piece of furniture, forcing them to sit, forcing them to do something that they don't want to. Remember, do not associate your therapy or any activities to pain. Neglecting their overall care. And lastly, inappropriate medications. Remember, use your voice for kindness, your ears for compassion, your hand for charity, your mind for truth, and your heart for love. And that is how we treat these people with dementia. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joel. That's really, really nice. We miss our parents and everything. All right. So thank you so much, guys. So that is the art and science of dementia. We have lots of tidbits there. Imagine, we know that the lots of how to communicate, what we need to expect. We always remember, follow the 90-second rule. Always wait. Dr. Joel emphasized simple and short. So just say, what did you eat today, Mr. Smith? Don't ask the next thing. Did you already take a bath? They're still thinking the first question. Follow 90 seconds rule. So thank you so much, Dr. Joel. We took time for the question and answer, but definitely please put your email on the chat. That way we can directly question you some of their inquiries. And if you have any programs, courses that we can reach you, social media, please also put on the chat so we can follow you. All right. We love your presentation. Thank you so much. All right,
Thank you, Dr.
guys.
Jenny.
You are welcome. We appreciate you. So put your questions, guys, and connect with Dr. Joel. He will going to write his email as well on that chat. All right. So for our next speaker and the last speaker for day 2. All right. So we're going to pinpoint and then introduce our last speaker. But before that, Mon, you can share with us the one of our gold sponsor, and will be one of the speaker for tomorrow as well for the LSVT Big, and we'll learn more about that. And I would like to thank all the people here. Johan is here from PT Podcast, and our speakers for tomorrow as well is here, Lady Bautista of Faith in Humanity. All right.
Are you a physical or occupational therapist who wants to make big improvements in your patients with Parkinson's and other movement disorders? You want to feel confident that you'll be able to help your patients achieve great outcomes. Break through the barriers to give your patients with Parkinson's more lasting success. Find out how LSVT Big is flexible enough to allow you to help patients with a wide range of abilities, ages, disease severity, and even conditions other than Parkinson's, all in only 14 and a half hours. Transform the lives of your patients with LSVT Big. Sign up today.
Thank you, Mon. So LSVT Big. So LSVT is a Lee Silverman voice technique. It's a certification for if you want to do more on Parkinson's exercises and treatment. All right. And we will learn more tomorrow. So thank you so much. Our next speaker, Mr. Let me see. I have a presentation here. Okay. Thank you. All right. So Omkar Kenny is a certified nutritionist and strengthening coach as well. And he's based in India. He's the CEO and founder of Athletes World. So we will learn more what is an Athletes World. It has a unique spelling because it has a unique meaning. In this webinar, we will learn more the difference between health and fitness. Very close, but there's a difference. Is exercising regularly enough to keep you healthy? What are the biggest food blunder of the past decade? What to do if obesity and diabetes runs in your family? We have the diabetes runs in our family, so that's very important to know more. We have this pandemic right now. What is easier and better than walking 10,000 steps daily? So without further ado, we will have our last speaker for day one for the Global Geriatric Rehab Summit, Mr. Omkar Kenny. All right, so welcome. Thank you so much.
Yes, hi, Dr. Jennifer. I hope you're doing good.
Yes, thank you so much, Omkar. Thank you for allowing us to be one of your center for this. Thank you. So welcome,
Sure, my
and you're
pleasure.
good to go.
Great, great. Okay. By the way, Dr. Joel, your presentation was really good. I genuinely liked it, and you gave us a lot of information about dementia. So that was great. And Dr. Jennifer, I can share my screen, right?
Yes, Omkar, you're a co-host.
Okay.
We can see now.
Is my
Yeah.
screen visible?
Yes, visible,
Okay,
and you
great.
can make it enlarged. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So first of all, good evening or good morning to everyone, wherever you are. At my place, it is morning. It's about, I think, 7:15 a.m. I think in US it is close to 10 p.m., I guess. And I would really like to thank you all, especially those who are staying up late at 10 p.m. to hear to what I'm going to talk about today. So I'll get straight away to the content, which is our today's topic is key to health and fitness for healthcare professionals. Now, just a quick introduction. Okay, so my name is Omkar. I'm the founder of Athletes World. And as Dr. Jennifer said, I'm a certified strength and conditioning specialist. I'm a certified sports performance nutritionist, human performance nutritionist, and a certified nutritionist for diabetic population too. Now, about Athletes World, so if you see, the spelling of Athletes World is a little bit different, not the usual spelling of an athlete. Okay. Now, seeing my brand name, people ask me, Omkar, are your clients athletes? But no, to be honest, most of my clients are not athletes. In fact, 90% of the people or 90% of my clients are busy working professionals who have a desk job, who sit in front of a laptop or computer and work. Okay, then people ask me, so why is the name Athlete's World? Now, my theory is that each and every person on this planet is an athlete. Okay. So for example, let's say I am a football player and I have to perform in the field, right? So that is one type of performance. Another type of performance is, let's say Dr. Jennifer is a physio, or I think we have a lot of doctors today on this in this summit, right? So a doctor has to continuously keep on speaking to their patients, right? Like for example, Dr. Jennifer needs to go from one place to another to teach specific exercises to her patients who are undergoing maybe some form of rehab, right? So she needs energy to do that activity. Similarly, all of you, even if you are a business owner, or let's say you are someone who has a desk job, you need to stay sharp, you need to make decisions quickly throughout the day, you need to feel fresh and energetic, and that is what I call as performance. So since all the human beings on this planet are performing, I like to call everyone as an athlete, and that is why the name Athlete's World. Okay, so now I'll start with the difference between health and fitness. Now, these two terms are like used interchangeably a lot of times, and some people think that they are one and the same thing only. But though they are similar, there is kind of a difference in between both of them. So health can be simply defined as an absence of pathology. Okay, whereas fitness is specific to a particular activity. Like I was just talking about, if you're an athlete or you're a football player, you need to be fit for your activity. If you're a physiotherapist, you need to be fit to perform the functions required by a physiotherapist, right? So fitness is specific to that particular activity, and without having basic health first, one cannot be fit for that particular activity. Now, talking about the tripod of fitness. Okay, so all of you must have seen a tripod stand of a camera or mobile, right? So it has 3 legs. Now, if you break one of its legs, or if one of its legs is not functional, then what would happen is it will be difficult for that tripod stand to balance. In fact, it won't be able to stand properly, right? So similarly, in terms of health and fitness also, this is known as tripod of fitness, and the 3 legs are exercise, nutrition, and rest and recovery. Like a camera tripod stand, similarly for this, even if one of its leg, that is either of exercise, nutrition, or rest and recovery, is not on point, then your health and fitness won't be optimal. Okay, so now, is exercising regularly enough to keep you healthy and fit? Now, whenever, let's say you are discussing about health and fitness with your friends or with your family, the first thing you get to hear is, let's say if you tell someone, I want to get fit, I want to get leaner, I want to look good. So the first thing, or the first advice you will hear from people is, start exercising more, or do more exercise, work out more, right? But is exercising really enough to keep you completely healthy and fit? Now, here's the answer: not at all. Because unlike some people think, exercising will not help you burn fat. Okay. Now, I'll be getting a little bit technical over here. I'll be showing you. So this is a representation of stomach. Now, please excuse me for my wonderful drawing, but I wanted to make it myself just to explain it to you all. So the curved part you are seeing is, you can say, your belly or your stomach. Okay, and I have labeled the curved blue part as subcutaneous fat, and the part on the left hand side is known as visceral fat, which is usually the fat attached to your organs. Okay, and the red part you are seeing are, you can say, your muscles, or if talking about stomach, they are your abs. Okay, now let's say you are working out, let's say you are doing planks or crunches. So the point is, you are only working on the red part, that is your musculoskeletal system, not on the blue part, that is fat. Okay, so whenever you exercise, now I just took an example of crunches or plank. You can name any exercise. You are just working on the musculoskeletal system, that is your muscles and maybe your cardiovascular fitness, but not on the fat. Okay, so another example is, if you look around yourself, you will find like hundreds of people walking in the morning, waking up early, running daily, going to the gym. Okay, and people aim to walk miles or even 10K every day, 10K steps every day. But a lot of them experience minimal to no change in their physique. Okay, and they are not able to get are not able to get the desired results that they dream of achieving. So the reason being is, you need a good, and I am talking about really good science-backed nutrition to achieve optimal health and fitness. In fact, if I were to talk about facts, like, and if your, let's say, goal is only weight management, then 60 to 70% of the job will be done by right nutrition. Okay, in terms of weight management, if your goal is more about overall health and fitness, then we'll be talking about it now. Okay, so for example, you can see on the screen, this is one woman I had worked with. Her name is Anjali, and she had some sort of ankle injury. Okay, and it was pretty severe. Like, I know there are many doctors and physiotherapists on this summit today, and you must be knowing, if someone has an ankle injury which is really severe, it is genuinely difficult for them to even walk, right? So this woman had difficulty even in getting out of her bed. Okay, and though, as you can look on the left side of the image, she genuinely wanted to work on herself. So she approached me, and what I did for her is, I didn't force any workouts. Okay, because if you are not able to even stand and walk properly, there's no question about workout. So first, what I did is, I just gave her a simple nutrition program. Okay, I started her with a good diet, and then eventually in the third month, when her ankle swelling was less, I gave her some rehab exercises. Then we started her off with some good workout. On the left side, you can also see that she is talking that I have never lost more than 2 kgs in the past few years, even when I did cardio heavy exercises. Okay, so now the point being is, exercise is really important, and in which way I'll talk about it soon. But the point over here is, you can see the importance of right nutrition, right? So even though this woman was not able to get out of her bed, she was able to achieve such amazing results just based on the nutrition for the first couple of months. And then we started her off on workout. So next topic, yeah, so interesting one. Now, what to do if obesity and diabetes runs in your family? Okay, so let's say your mom, dad, that is your parents, or maybe your grandparents, have diabetes or had diabetes, or maybe it is in your family to be kind of towards overweight side, or be obese. Then in that case, what you can do? Okay, so I'll be really frank over here, because I care about the people in the summit. So the answer is, first thing, never ever blame your genetics for it. Okay, because let's say for a moment that these illnesses run in your family. Okay, then in that case, have we ever thought that the food that our grandparents ate, the same food is being eaten by our parents, and the same food is what we are eating at the moment? Okay, so, and let's be honest over here, in today's world, we are probably eating worse food. We, by we, I mean most of the population. Okay, so most of the population is probably eating the wrong kind of food, and that is because in today's world, you all also must be knowing that the access to junk food or processed food has become really easy. Like, you get out of your house, and just a few, like some distance apart, you will get a shop where you can buy anything you want, right? So it's, the access has become really easy. and people like to have the food which they are addicted to, which they really like, but unfortunately that is what causing the harm to their body, and that is what causing all these chronic illnesses. So things like diabetes or even heart problems, cancer, or in general obesity, all of these are like 70 to 90% related to your lifestyle. Okay, so the point being over here is, if diabetes or obesity or any such health related problem runs in your family, then you are the person who should be stopping that chain, okay, chain of passing down of those illnesses. Because as we just discussed, that these lifestyle related diseases are passed on through our lifestyle and through the food in our kitchen, not exactly through genetics. Definitely genetics do play a slight role in your physique or in your overall health, definitely not denying that fact. But the point being here is, you should try and do what is under your control, right? You should, I mean, you should do what you cannot, what you can control, and you should leave what you cannot control. So that's how you can improve your health and work on your health, even if these illnesses run in your family. Okay, now obesity, diabetes, heart problems, cancer, these are the leading causes of death in today's world. And in fact, 2.8 million people die every single year due to obesity related issues, which is statistically much more deadlier than COVID. Okay, you can simply go and Google this fact, you will get it right in front of your screen, the 2.8 million number. Okay, so that is how severe it is. And to avoid falling prey to these illnesses, here are two tips from my side for everyone in terms of nutrition. Okay, so first thing, protein is king, literally. So first thing is increase your protein intake. Now I'm talking about a person who doesn't already have any kind of uh, ailments, like maybe some sort of kidney damage, maybe like gallbladder removal. In that case, you will definitely need to be in touch with a proper nutritionist and a doctor, okay, so that your health is working perfectly. And in apart from those cases where you don't have any existing condition, protein is the king. If you want to get rid of obesity, increase your protein intake. And second thing, do not avoid the necessary healthy fats. Okay, this is what when I said the biggest blunder in terms of food that we are making is exactly this thing, which is avoiding healthy and necessary fats. So what has happened is, in the last decade or two, people have started avoiding all kinds of fats and oils, thinking that they are causing heart problems or they are increasing your weight, right? But if you see, in the past 2 decades, the graph of or the chart of the number of cases related to obesity and diabetes have been rapidly going up. Okay, in spite of avoiding all these fats and oils and everything. So the point being, fats are really crucial for your body. Your brain cells primarily function on your fats. Then your nervous systems requires fats to function. You need fats to have a good amount of energy throughout the day. Okay, so do not avoid the healthy fats. If I were to tell you about healthy fats, if I were to name a few, I mean, I would say healthy fats are coconut oil or ghee, that is clarified butter, or even normal butter. So all these fall under the category of healthy fats. Okay, now going forward to a case where, so I wanted to show you this because this lady who is 56-year-old had type 2 diabetes for the last 15 years. Like, she was literally troubled taking on pills daily, each and every day for the last 15 years. And I can personally feel how, it feels to keep on popping pills each and every day. So another problem was she could not work out for the first couple of months because of a condition, but she sincerely followed the nutrition I gave her. Okay, now obviously you can see by the photo she has reduced her weight, but that's not the point over here. The point is, even though she was not able to work out for the first couple of months, she could achieve this. So on the screen you can see this is her HbA1c report, which is the blood sugar report. And when she started with us, it was 8.0, and eventually it came down to 5.0. Okay, which means we actually reverse her type 2 diabetes. Now, later on, definitely she was guided by me in terms of workout. But again, the point being here is I want to give you all guys some hope that even though you have type 2 diabetes, it is completely reversible with the right lifestyle choices. Okay, so as I just talked about nutrition, even if you start by correcting your nutrition, you will be on the right path. Now, this was about diabetes reversal. And another example is on the screen, you can see a guy known as Professor Tim Noakes. He is pretty much famous. And this guy got type 2 diabetes even after running over 70 marathons. Okay, so if you calculate, a marathon is about 42 kilometers. This guy ran over 70 marathons, and just imagine the amount of practice he must have done to run these 70 marathons, right? I mean, each and every person on this call can imagine you cannot simply go to a marathon on the day of marathon and run, right? You need to practice, you need to build up that muscle endurance, that stamina, so that you will be able to, if not compete, at least you will be able to survive, because you need a great deal of energy and effort to complete that 42-kilometer marathon. So this guy ran over 70 marathons. And the reason I'm showing you this is just to make everyone aware and realize that if anyone thinks that walking daily can keep you healthy, it's not the case. I mean, that's not the case. You can see that this guy, Tim Noakes, couldn't save himself from diabetes even after running over 5,000 miles easily, I would say, because if, like I was talking about practice sessions, if you include the practice sessions and the actual marathons, this guy must have ran at least over 5,000 miles. Okay, and still he got type 2 diabetes, for which he himself blames his past eating habits. You can just go and Google Professor Tim Noakes, and he has his entire speech on this. Like, he himself had written a book regarding how or what wrong things he was doing about nutrition, which led to this type 2 diabetes, even though he was so much active. Okay, so again, this shows the importance of right nutrition. Now, till now we have talked about correct nutrition, right? So your basic health comes down to correct nutrition. But what about exercise? So I see people have a goal of completing 10K steps each and every day, right? So that has become a common goal. Or whenever I talk to my clients initially and ask them what kind of physical activity are they doing, so the most common answer is they walk 45 minutes daily, or they try to complete 6,000 steps or 10,000 steps daily. Okay, so that is the usual answer, and the goal of doing that is to burn excess calories. Okay, now here's my take on excess calories. Talking about burning calories by working more or moving more is probably the worst idea and a bad mentality to have as your health and fitness goal. I'll tell you the reason for that. Okay, now think about this. On the screen, you can see a vehicle, a point A and point B. Okay, so let's say you want to travel from point A to point B, and you are traveling by your car. Okay, so you will fill petrol in your car, right? So that you will be able to travel. Now, just ask yourself, will you fill petrol in the car to burn the petrol, or will you fill petrol in the car so that your car will be able to move, so that it will be able to work? Okay, so I'm pretty sure the answer is second option, right? So that your car will be able to move. Similarly, food is a fuel for your body so that it can function properly, so that it can work properly. And food is not something to be burnt. It is a source of energy for your body to function properly, right? So for everyone on this call, the burning calorie mentality is not good for your long-term health. Okay, instead start using food, start eating right, and start using food as a fuel for your body instead of trying to burn what you have eaten. Even at least it happens around me whenever I visit my family members or whenever I am at my friends or colleagues house. So some people over there are like, Omkar, just eat this one simple pastry or just eat this one chocolate, nothing will happen, right? And the advice I get is, no problem, just exercise some extra tomorrow and burn those extra calories tomorrow. So that is the ideology that many people have. But as you can see, that is not the right mentality. Okay, now coming back to the 10K steps for burning calories, that's a traditional approach according to me. And as you just saw a few minutes back, exercise doesn't burn fat, it does work on your musculoskeletal system, but it doesn't burn fat. For burning fat, it is mainly your nutrition. And here is something much more critical for your fitness, and that is strength training. Okay, so this is not for weight loss. Okay, at least that is what I believe, and that is what science says, that now definitely strength training will support the process of fat loss. But I don't ask anyone, or rather, if at all you guys also go for strength training, it is not for weight loss. Okay, it is for longevity. Like if your goal is more like longevity instead of just reducing weight, and by longevity I mean the ability to stay free of wheelchairs or surgeries or crutches in the future in your old age, then this is for you. So irrespective of age and gender, everyone can and should be doing strength training. Okay, so uh, people ask me, Omkar, can a 10-year-old child do strength training? Yes, definitely. 10-year-old child also can do strength training. Why? Because so there is this common myth which says if a child starts lifting weights or doing strength training, then their height will not increase, right? They will stay the same height. So that is technically wrong, because if you see, a normal child will start jumping from the age of 3 or 4, right? They have high amounts of high amount of energy. They will jump on the bed, they will jump on your sofa, they will jump everywhere. So the point being is, when a small child is jumping, or when rather anyone is jumping, you are putting anywhere between 4 to 10 times of your body weight on your entire body. Okay, so if a child's growth was to stop right there, then all these jumping and running activities would have done the job of stopping their growth. But that does not happen, right? Similarly, strength training is for children, and even for a person who is 90-year-old or 100-year-old. Like I have people who are 65-year-old and starting their strength training journey at that age also. Okay, now the condition being, it has to be done under supervision, under a proper guidance. Okay, like I don't mean that a 10-year-old child or a 90-year-old person has to go to the gym and start lifting 50 or 100 kilos, but it has to start somewhere. Okay, so that you will have more longevity. Now, the benefits of strength training as compared to walking 10K steps are, first thing, it can prevent your tendons and ligaments from undergoing surgery. Like if the muscles around your tendons, ligaments are strong enough to give a proper support to those ligaments and tendons, then chances of you having an injury or damaging those things are really less. Second benefit is, you can stay independent of walker, crutches, or any other person's external support to freely enjoy your old age. Third thing, you can have a good physique and wear your favorite clothes. Fourth point is it takes much less time than walking 10K steps. Okay, what I personally believe is quality work is greater than quantity. Okay, so even if you are working for 30 or 40 minutes instead of walking for 2 or 3 hours every day, that's what I call quality work. If you're able to get good work done in those 30-40 minutes. And the last benefit is you literally look 10 to 20 years younger than people around you, right? So, I mean, who wouldn't like to look quite a bit younger than actual age? So these are the benefits of strength training. Now, tips from my side for exercise are exercise for getting strong, for gaining muscle, for feeling fresh and energetic, not for losing weight. Okay, that is what I feel. Then the second benefit is, or second tip is, walking is great for getting sunlight, getting fresh air, not for losing weight. Again, an exceptional case is maybe people who are very much physically immobile. Okay, let's say someone who is in a condition where he or she has to take the support of a walker to move. In that case, yes, if walking is the only option, then that will be the best. But if you are like a healthy person, that means you can at least walk, and you can do some basic things like walking or maybe climbing stairs, then definitely you should go for strength training. And the third point is what I was exactly talking about, that strength training at least 3 to 5 days per week combined with some HIIT cardio, that is high intensity interval training, will help you to build muscles and strengthen your ligaments and tendons. So these were the tips for exercise from my side. And now I know, after working with so many people, that many of us genuinely have very busy schedule, due to which we tend to neglect our own health, right? There will be a time when you are done with your job, you will have all the time after your retirement, you will have plenty of money. Okay, but just ask yourself and think about it. Do you think all this time and all this money will be of any use if your retirement days are unfortunately spent being ill, being immobile, and being dependent on 10 pills a day, or even injections or hospitalizations, right? I mean, I hope that does not happen with anyone, but to be honest, that is what I'm seeing all around me, right? Even in my family. So that is what we need to avoid. And I see many people like you all on this summit today, that which are people who are really happy with the results they have got by working with us. And the testimonials on our website are literally a witness to the same. Okay, and here you can see the CEO of Digital Technology Solutions and our client, Suyash Nadkarni. So now I won't reveal his age, but you can see that people of his age are usually struggling to walk. Okay, but this guy, I'm so proud to tell the thing that at that age he is struggling to sorry he where other people are struggling to walk, he is literally climbing mountains, he goes for treks, he has gone to Mount Everest, and he is running, jogging, he is even taking parts in marathons. And all the credit goes to his efforts taken on strength training. And I'm not even talking about weight loss, but this is what I call longevity. Okay, and I'm really proud of this. So if you would like to experience something like this for the first time ever, I have never ever done this, but in this summit, Athletes World is announcing a free 1 week trial to the first 10 people who approach us. I'm just doing this because I feel that, maybe this can help you take one of the best decisions of your entire life. Okay, so finally, I would really like to thank Dr. Jennifer for having me in this summit. And I hope I was able to impart some valuable knowledge in this short amount of time today. Okay, and if you guys or any one of you want to connect with me regarding your fitness goals or regarding the free trial that I just announced for a week, or any collaboration rather, here are my contact details. So you can see there's my WhatsApp number. My website is simple, athletesworld.com. You can see my LinkedIn account. My business Instagram page is simply named as Athletes World. And here is my personal Instagram account with the handle name Fit Knees Guy. Okay, so these are my personal details also. And I would like to conclude my presentation over here. Again, Dr. Jennifer, thank you so much for having me on this summit. And I hope I was able to share some valuable content.
Thank you so much, Omkar. Really nice. And we learned a lot. You are right. We always know weight loss, but we really wanted you answered this, the sarcopenia, the frailty. This is really correlated with Dr. Winnie, that strength training is really valuable, you know. So thank you guys. Do you have any specific questions for Omkar? Omkar, you can show your you can stop sharing, and then we can ask if they have some questions. We can check on the chat. And I really believe the weight loss, you cannot see weight loss when you're doing weightlifting, you know, because that's why the BMI is not being measured right now, because when you're doing strength training, you're building muscle mass and you're preventing muscle atrophy. So it's really difficult to see weight loss there. And then you're complaining, I'm not losing weight, because you're fast becoming muscle. And you're fighting the sarcopenia, and that's what Omkar is explaining. The longevity is here, not the weight loss. And really good. So I hope you can connect with him. Omkar, give me a favor. If you can put also your WhatsApp. I don't see it on your, and maybe they want to connect with you easier, faster.
Should
So
I put
just
it in the chat?
Yes, please. And if you can put it there, I'm not sure if everybody did a screenshot. Anything that easy for you. Yes, all right.
Yeah,
So if you have any question, connect the first 10 person. If ever you have any connection, just check with Omkar, connect with me, and I will relay your messages. Any inquiries, he will teach you with nutrition wise, which is very important. And then we will relay the messages. Thank you so much, guys. So I think I don't have the QA part here. I don't have any question. And definitely we have all of those in your chat. Email us, guys. You know, my email, I'll forward it to Omkar as well. All right. So thank you so much, Omkar. That's really eye-opening. We know lots of things, but sometimes we learn lots of new things as well when you keep saying burn calories. And that's how we keep doing. Oh, I don't want to eat the chips. It says 160 calories. And then I need to do this burn calories, you know, and the fats thing. I don't want to eat fats, but you're telling us, especially to me, that eat fats, things like that. So we will learn from you, definitely. Thank you so much, guys. So we have ended the day one. So day one was ended today. And we're going to know more about tomorrow. So tomorrow will be our day two. I looking forward to see you all tomorrow. We will begin at 9 o'clock. So that's Eastern time. So that's 9 o'clock in PH base. So in Philippines in the evening, right? So this will be recorded. Join us. We have American Institute of Balance. You will learn entrepreneur. The the different tips to be 7 income. What do you call that? We have the 6 digits income. Now it's 7 digits income. All right. From Lady Bautista, the CEO and founder of Faith in Humanity, and a designer of the new one for You're Welcome, Norlisa. And we will learn the LSBT Big. We will learn more about ergonomics from our different physical therapies. What is Tai Chi and how to apply? And how does it work with different countries? Of course, we know Tai Chi and its benefits with balance, fall preventions, neurological issues, and also we will learn the virtual rehab and vestibular rehab. So thank you so much for joining us tonight, guys. And you will have also certification of attendance or certificate of attendance, you are welcome. And thank you so much, Mon. So definitely, if you have questions, you know my email, FishyJen, right? So it's me again, Dr. Jenny Yusuf, physical therapist and doctor of physical therapy. Connect with me in Balance and Pulse Support Group in Aging Adult and also in FishyJen YouTube, right? So you can see me there in Balance and Falls. It is a private group, so you can join there. And yes, good night, guys, if you're in US. And good morning if you are in Philippines. This is recorded. We will share it to you next week. So bye for now, guys. Connect with us if you have questions. You're welcome, Laxmi. Bye, Aldrin. See you tomorrow. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mon. You can play the Choose PT. This is the song written by and composed by Lady Bautista, she and founder of our gold, Faith in Humanity. All right.
Let's go! Who says we're too old to have fun? Who says getting old means staying at home and having no fun? Who says we're too old to have fun? We don't believe that. We're the golden boys and girls. Say no to ageism. We're the golden boys and girls. Yes to age on. We're the golden boys and girls. Say no to ageism. We're the golden boys and girls. Yes to age on. We choose PT. We support it. We choose PT. We enjoy it. We choose PT. We support it. We choose PT. We all love it. We all love it. We're the golden boys and girls. Say no to ageism. We're the golden boys and girls. Yes to age on. We're the golden boys and girls. Say no to ageism. We're the golden boys and girls. Yes to age on. Yes to age on.
Good night, guys. Bye.